Good afternoon, everybody. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. To those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance, will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and they have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During that time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect that instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually will need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Regarding the hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please again note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker and after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest for the afternoon time slot? Okay, seeing as there's no conflicts of interest, we will proceed to our first item of the afternoon.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are a number of deferrals that we should deal with.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, can you let us know which item?
Yes, absolutely. We're going to start off with number 18,
Thank you.
152 Holmes. There's a request for deferral.
Great. Just give us a moment here. The application is to legalize and maintain the enclosed front porch. We have a variance requested for east side yard setback, eave projection, and lot coverage. On file, I have material from the applicant, a staff report from community planning, and a letter from the city councilor. We have the applicant with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name and address for us?
My name is Surush Kalustian from HSK Design, 1800 A Avenue Road.
Okay, my understanding is you're requesting a deferral.
Correct. The planning staff report and the councilor letter was only uploaded online 2 days ago, and that hasn't given us enough time to have a discussion with staff and the councilor perhaps to potentially make revisions.
Okay. And seeing as we have no other speakers, I'm going to ask if to my members whether they have any questions at this time or we have a motion. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion for deferral of the file to allow the applicant time to work with city staff.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, the motion is approved. The deferral request is approved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a second deferral
Thank you.
request. It's item number 19, 252 Florence Avenue.
Thank you very much. So the purpose of this application at 252 Florence Avenue is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. We have variances before us for east and west side exterior main wall height as well as lot coverage. Before us, we have material from the applicant, as well as a memorandum from Urban Forestry and some letters of support. Do we have the applicant with us or agent?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sia Zanjani, and I'm the agent for this application. Address is 15 Allstate Parkway, Markham, Ontario.
Okay, and I understand you're requesting a deferral?
That's correct. So we were fairly eager to proceed with today's hearing, but unfortunately, one variance was missed when we did the zoning review. So now there is a third variance, even though very minor in nature, but it was missed from the first round of zoning reviews somehow.
Okay.
We're not sure how. So we just want to give the public more time, I guess, to have a chance to review that third variance and then hoping to come back to committee fairly soon.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Okay, seeing as there's no questions, do we have a motion?
I can bring about a motion to defer 252 Florence Avenue.
Okay, and do we have a seconder?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. The motion is approved. The item is deferred.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's all the deferrals we have for the 2 p.m. time slot. We can start with item number 14.
Thank you. Item number 14, 719 Woburn Avenue. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new dwelling with a rear deck and rear walkout. I note that this application was deferred on February 29th to address some issues concerning the validity of the application form. Now, just give me a moment here. Before us, we have variances for side exterior main wall height, building length, lot coverage, and stair width. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as an email from Transportation Services, letters of objection from 717 Woburn Avenue and 636 Bedford Park Avenue, as well as material related to the past two hearings. We have the agent with us here today. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jonathan Binskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Thank you. Just give us a moment. I just want to confirm with staff, we also have a second speaker to this item, Mr. Busen, and he is here with us. Okay, great. Mr. Benkowski, the floor is all yours. I'm going to ask for just a brief presentation on this, if you don't mind.
Yes, this is our third time here. The first time was a deferral, essentially because of a incorrect portion of the notice that called it a one-story house. The second deferral was, in my opinion, very punitive in what the request was for that. We have since submitted some additional material, again confirming the owner of the house with a signature, so that shouldn't be much of an issue. The only evolution of the proposal from the first proposal to today was a removal of a second-story variance for the balcony, which was removed prior to the first one. So we essentially still have the same proposal that is before you today, which is for 4 variances. If we could pull up my support material, please. Along this stretch of Woburn between Bathurst and the park, this is one of only 3 houses that isn't developed. Essentially, it's the standard built form garage, 2 floors of living above it. That is really throughout this whole portion of Woburn. If we could go to page 2, please. Just to outline a couple of the things and highlights, a couple of the highlights from the application. This again is a fairly deep property at 133 feet with a 40-foot wide frontage. I did submit a couple of things speaking to a couple of the variances. If we were to bring my material up, I would be able to maybe illustrate it a little bit better. But essentially, in terms of the front stair width, that front stair width is actually being covered by an architectural feature. So as it addresses Woburn itself, it really addresses it with an architectural feature that is permitted. So it is not a variance for the architectural feature, it is just for the actual stair itself. That width of the stairs is hidden behind it, which would mitigate that impact as it would face the streetscape itself. In terms of the side main wall height, again, that side main wall height is for an increase of 0.5 meters. Because of the slope of the land, the actual height at the rear of the property is 7.6 meters. So we're talking about a rear yard of a 0.1 meter increase as it addresses the neighbors to the east and the west. What that also does is typically when we have an integral garage with the 2 floors of level above it, it pushes up that rear deck so it's actually elevated above the neighbors. Again, in this instance, because of that change of grade, we are actually only 1.45 meters above grade at the rear. We've also have proposed privacy screening on the sides, which would be to the east and the west neighbors. And to address the building length and the building coverage, in terms of the building length and the building coverage, again, this is a 140, sorry, I keep using imperial just because it's easier to relate to. This is a 40.54 meter deep lot. The rear yard setback proposed with the increase in length and the increase in coverage is still 15.51 meters, or essentially 51 feet. So that right there of that 51 feet, in my opinion, starts to mitigate that increase in length as well as an increase in coverage, again, because of where it sits on the property. I've also submitted in my material an overhead map provided by the City of Toronto in terms of showing the lengths of the dwellings along the street. If we were to find it, you would see that, again, this is not an introduction of a building length that does not sit on Woburn today. In fact, the adjacent property to the west is essentially in line with the rear wall. I will say it is for a bump out, but again, it is a building length as similar to the east. Again, this is one of only 3 houses on this block between Bathurst and the park that has not been developed. Again, in the typical style that we see everything, again, with a building length request that is fairly typical. I guess that's all I have to say. Oh, the only other thing I would say, again, is there's no soft landscaping variance in the rear yard. I know there was some concerns with things like that. Again, in 15.51 meters, if you can't meet the soft landscaping requirement, you'd have some issues here, I would assume. So in terms of the soft landscaping, we're fine with that.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Of course, go on.
I just have a question. You said it's in line with the, the two existing houses on one side or the other. It's actually, the rear sticks out quite a bit from those two homes. How much, I mean, it looks to me like it's quite a bit longer than the other two homes.
So the problem was the survey didn't show the other projections on the two sides of it in terms of it. So I did submit some material that showed where those projections sit in relation to this house. So I'm not sure if my support, we
So in
can't seem
other
to.
words, the house is projected farther out than what is shown here?
Yes.
On the two sides?
Correct, because that survey is only showing a portion of it.
Gotcha.
I did preface it by saying they are bump outs, but again, that still does go into the building length as well as that. So if we were to find it, we would see, I mean, I can show you it like this if you like, but I mean.
I had a question about that as well, and
Yeah.
maybe we can pull up the supplementary material that you submitted, just regarding the building length.
Yeah.
Yeah, his staff. I'll ask staff to pull it up. It's a supplementary material page that demonstrates the building length and depth.
Pre-COVID, I would just walk around and show you all the iPad, but I don't think we're doing that anymore.
I remember seeing it, but just haven't pinpointed it. Nope. This one.
Yes, that would be it. It would be the next page after that. And that was just, again, the illustration of the heights and how that relates to the property.
So I have a question for you. So I mean, I see where you've taken the line, and I recognize, but is it not fair to say that, and you mentioned this with the neighbors, it projects house, has a similar length and depth as the neighbors' houses, and the reason we can't see it is because on the neighbor's house, it's only for a portion. I mean, in this case, the datum line that you've drawn is actually taken from, I think, fairly kind of where the projection of where a lot of those bump outs are, not necessarily. I don't really see it as sort of a datum line to the rear main wall. I think the datum line that you've drawn is kind of more indicative of where the bump outs are on those houses. I'm going to put it back to you because I think, where I have a little bit of concern is that the building depth that's proposing really is for the building in its entirety. So there's a very clear delineation between what is a bump out and what is considered as the kind of established datum line, let's say, of the rear main walls on Woburn. So maybe perhaps you can just speak a little bit to that, that increased depth or the request for the increased depth as it relates to the building in its entirety rather than just a portion, right?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. That's also why I preface it by saying in my presentation it was for the related bump outs. What I would say to that is, again, the variance would still be the same in terms of what they would have garnered approval for. It still would have been a building length. It would have been appropriated differently, correct?
Yeah.
But it still would have been a building length that would have been similar. That, again, predating the development of both houses on both sides of this, that increase of depth would have had a more of a dramatic impact on this existing house here. Yeah. We often look at it and say, well, we're having a row of new houses. The impact on the adjacent house is greater than what was there previously. In this case, we have an existing bungalow that sat there that, again, through the evolution of development, which has happened on this street, that impact would have been much greater than what would be proposed today. And I would also go back to where that height is being proposed, where the height is being appropriated at the rear, where, again, the change in grade, where that main wall height is really only a 0.1 meter increase from the zoning bylaw itself. Again, going back to then that separation we have between the rear wall and the rear lot line of what is here is at essentially 51 feet. And in my opinion, again, that intent and purpose of the building length, depth, sidewall variance is really to mitigate what we get into that rear yard and how that impacts neighbors' amenity space and enjoyment of the rear yards. In this case, these lots are so deep. Again, being able to offer 50, I believe it was, the number was 15.51 meters from the rear yard to the property line at the rear. It starts to mitigate that, and we can start to say, you know what, that depth can accommodate a little bit longer of a house. The lot depth itself, we start to again look, we have 15 meters here, we have 18 meters here. There's enough space in the rear yards, I would say, of both adjacent dwellings, that the impact of the extra 1.24 meters really, in my opinion, wouldn't be felt. Again, taking into account also that the building height at the rear because of the property, the topography going up is only 0.1 meters above the zoning bylaw.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you. Any other questions at this time? Okay, well, let's move on to our next speaker.
I guess that's me because I've just been unmuted. My name is Jamie Bosson. I live at 636 Bedford Park Avenue. That's the property, one of the properties that abuts to the back of the property in question. It's really interesting that your questions were regarding the bump out and the extension back. I'd love for you to pull up that drawing that you had some questions about a moment ago, because it kind of goes to what I'd like to speak about. The issue for the neighbors, and I being one of them, you're looking at the setback and the side and the proportions, but I have to live with it because I'm the neighbor that's there. And the net effect of taking the whole house as far back as the bump out on one side, when you add in a deck that is also contrary to the zoning bylaw, you actually are extending much farther back than any of the houses on that block. So like the gentleman was talking about the block, I guess from Bathurst all the way to the park, that's a few houses over. If you look at my written submissions, I make reference to a zoning bylaw provision, which I actually discussed with the planning department. So chapter 10.5.40.504C, which I've set out there and I've highlighted in blue in my materials, speaks to what sort of deck you can build from the back of the house. In this particular instance, the applicant is asking for a deck that runs the full width of the proposed dwelling, which is different than all the other houses on Woburn. When you add that to the fact that their rear wall is coming out as far as the bump out, then the actual living space of that house comes like almost 5 meters farther back than all the other houses on Woburn. What's also problematic, and I don't quite understand it, is that they're actually not asking for a variance to build the deck, which is of the scale that they are requesting in the materials that are before you. So there have been a number of renderings, and I think you pulled up the most recent one, which I believe was filed by the applicant on February 5th of this year. So this was a refiling. They had some other renderings that they put forward to show the scope of the house in relation to the property, and then they made some changes. And when you look at page 1, you'll see that the full width of the dwelling is 9.7 meters, and it extends out back 3 meters, which is a very, very large deck. If you look at page 7 and 9 of the applicant's renderings, the site plans, you'll see that the proposed deck is at an elevation of 1.78.8 at the backyard, where the grade at the back is 1.7735. And the gentleman on behalf of the applicant acknowledged it. That means that the deck is 1.45 above grade at the backyard. So it seems to me, based on the wording of the bylaw, which I set out there in my materials, that the deck in and of itself is in breach of the zoning bylaw, and they haven't even requested a variance for it.
So
But-
I'm just
so
going to
that's relevant.
I'm just going to interject, and I'll ask staff just to pause the clock. So we've got 4 variances before us. We're only going to deal with those variances. If a variance has been missed, that's something that will have to be dealt with at a later stage. It will not, if it's been missed, it's been missed. And it's unfortunate that the applicant will have to address it at some point. But for the purposes of today, we are just dealing with the 4 variances on the public notice. But I will take that question back to the applicant and ask if he feels that something's been missed, then, you know, by all means, I'll allow him to address it. But for just for the sake of today, we really just need to stick to the variances that are being requested.
I appreciate your comment. I would say this. I think it speaks to 2 separate matters. So, like, I agree with you. They can't fix that today because they haven't given notice of it. So I'm in agreement of that. But the net effect is they're asking, you know, you have to contextualize the variance they are asking for. When it comes to, you know, you were concerned about the back wall as compared to the bump out. Well, I'm saying it's even worse when you factor in this deck that comes out 3 meters from the back. That goes to the privacy, like the screens they purport that they want to put on the sides for my neighbors on the other, like on the 2 sides of that property. That's fine. But that doesn't help me because my house is behind them. And this goes to like how far back the living space comes on a property like this. So, you know, like if you're concerned that, you know, that the back of the house isn't, you know, like it isn't the same depth as the houses, some of the houses that have bump outs that come that far, I would say to you, yeah, I'm concerned about that too. It's actually worse than it looks because of this huge deck. It's like almost 300 square feet. Sorry, I
Right.
think in feet. I don't think in meters.
Right, okay. I realize I interjected during your presentation time, so if you've got any final remarks, I'll just ask you to wrap up, and then I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you.
Sure. I mean, it's a small point. I'm the one who raised the issue with the proper signing of the owner. I appreciate that one of the owners has signed, and I'm really not making a big fuss about it today, but I don't think it solves the problem because this was adjourned to allow them to get all the property owners to sign, and they actually didn't do that. This is the 3rd time up, and it really isn't my job to find the problems with their application. Like, I'm just trying to deal with the practical issues that are in front of me. If they have to come back for another variance, my concern is contextually, it's just going to look like they're trying to get a bigger deck. But if they already have the variance to go as far back as the bump out in everybody else's house, that whole matter will have to be relitigated. Do you understand what I mean? Like, it's kind of unfair.
Yes, your point is well taken. Okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn back to the applicant. I'm going to ask Mr. Benkowski to address some of the concerns that were raised by the neighbor.
In terms of the variance, this was done with multiple zoning reviews. If a variance was missed and the deck has to be smaller, then the deck would be smaller if this was meritorious. In terms of the full width of the deck, the zoning bylaw essentially says you have to match the setback that's required for the dwelling. This deck is in line with it. In terms of the impact of somebody to the rear of this coming back, I'm amazed because we look at the separation that I've spoken of where we're at 15.51 meters from our rear wall to the property line. I just did a quick measurement on the Toronto Maps feature, and the individual before his rear yard setback is 23 meters from his house to the property line. So I would be amazed if somebody could stand in their backyard and look some 35 meters and tell if a house is 1.2 meters, too long. That would be amazing to me. So I don't see the impact to the neighbor to the rear. And I also don't see much validity in him speaking for privacy screening for the neighbors. If they had an issue with the privacy screening, the adjacent neighbors, they would have been here to speak to it. Again, in terms of the issues of signing and all of that, a copy of the deed was submitted. Again, I don't even want to get into that because I don't believe that's something today. But again, the only real impact he spoke of was of that length and how it affected him in the rear. And again, I just don't see an impact of a rear yard to rear yard with that great of a separation between two properties.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, one last thing.
Of course.
And also, the owner may choose to put up hedges along that property line, which would even further mitigate that idea of what you'll see.
Fair enough. Any questions? Okay, Mr. Benkowski, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing that there's no more speakers, no more questions, I will take this into committee. Anybody want to start us off? Mr. Reed, thank you.
Sure, I'll start just with some comments. I think this is a slightly difficult application, but just stepping back and looking at the actual variances themselves, I think they look quite small, actually. And I think it especially looks like a big application because it's such a small house right now, right? So the actual change is going to be significant. But I think the variances to get there are not. I think they're minor. So I would support it.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Okay, second by Ms. Martin. All in favor? Okay, the motion carries, passes. The application is approved. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 15. 239 Kingsdale Avenue. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. This application was also deferred from our February 1st, 2024 hearing. Variances before us: west side yard setback, east side yard setback, east side yard setback in height for a front platform, front yard setback, building length, front yard landscaping, number of stories, side exterior main wall height, area for a platform at or above a second story, lot coverage, window projection, and driveway width. Before us, I have material from the applicant, as well as a memo from Urban Forestry and a letter from the local councillor. We have our applicant and agent with us here today. Welcome.
Hi, dear committee. Thanks very much. My name is Sean. I'm actually one of the homeowners of 239 Kingsdale. I think there will be another person who will be on the line. I think that will be Joe, who will be our architect.
Very good.
Yeah.
I'm just going to check. I believe, so we've got the agent and the owner here. Do we have anybody speaking in opposition to this? Okay.
I don't believe so, but you might want to remind the owner that it's 5 minutes total.
Yes. Yeah. 5 minutes. So we allow 5 minutes to present total. So if you'd like to split that time, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that'll be, yeah.
My understanding is this is going to be a modified application. Is that correct?
Correct. So basically, this is actually a deferral from our last hearing session, and we have made some revisions, based on our previous plan. And here today, I think what we are proposing is actually the revised plan that we have worked with city staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, I'm going to pull the public notice up, and I'm just going to ask you to take us through the variances.
Okay.
And just identify what is being changed, so that we can take it down.
Sounds good. Actually, the current zoning notice should be the current or the most recent versions that we received from the most recent review, and there are several. Actually, as you can see, there are several variances. That's I think potentially we can actually work with the city staff a little bit better to have it more improved. But I hope to to run through with the committee first and see if that's the trouble, to you as well, and maybe we can work with that later. Do you think that's the process, or I can?
Well, if I understand correctly, I mean, if you're planning to modify variances, I would let us know right off the bat.
Okay, sounds good.
Before we get into the merits of the application,
Yeah.
just so we know what we're looking at.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. So for variance number 3, so the current proposal is 1.26 meters, and we're going to sorry. I think that should be the floor of the platform, right?
Are you looking at the public hearing notice?
I'm
Let's-
actually looking at the notice that's.
Don't look at the zoning notice. You got the public hearing notice that was circulated?
I'm looking at the examiner notice.
Okay.
Uh,
Do you have the public notice with you?
Let me check. And
In the meantime, we've got it up on the screen for you.
okay.
So, I mean, if we
Sounds
can work
good.
off the screen and we're gonna
Yeah,
help you. We're
yeah,
gonna go
that'd be
through it.
great,
We're gonna
yeah.
take some notes on whatever the modifications are, okay?
Sounds good. So the height of the platform, I think if you can scroll down a little.
And call out the number for us.
Yeah. It should be the variance number 5.
Okay, variance
Yeah.
number 5.
Yeah. So we are changing it to 1.2 meters.
You're changing to 1.2 meters. So
Yeah.
the variance, my understanding is would not be required then.
Correct. So it
So
should be eliminated. Yes.
You're gonna remove that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're removing variance number 5.
And if we
Any
can,
other changes?
And if you can continue scrolling down a little, and there's another variance is regarding driveway widths. I think should be at the bottom somewhere there. Correct. It should be variance number 14, and we are going to change it to 5.18 meters. So I think that variance should be eliminated as well.
Number 14 is eliminated.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, very good. I'm just I just pulled that up. I just want to ask, have
Yeah.
you seen the staff report from community planning?
Yes, correct. We have seen it, the most recent staff report.
And
from the
I
community
do
planners.
note they are recommending some revisions in the report. Perhaps you can speak to that?
Yes, I think that's what we're going to speak for today during our presentation.
Okay, so you're going to speak to you're not going to make those revisions, but you're going to speak to us today about.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
We hope to address these points based on the staff recommendations. Yeah,
Very good. So I will give the floor to you, and
sounds good.
please keep it to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So before I start, I really
Well, yes. So the 5 minutes will be split between
got it.
yourself.
Yeah,
and
I will be taking the full 5 minutes for
Okay,
the presentation.
so-
Yes.
Very good. So we won't be hearing from our second speaker then today.
Not in this part. So maybe if there's anything that questions needs to be answered, maybe Joe can jump in for any questions.
Very good.
today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So before I start, I just want to extend our special thanks to our city staff, who has been working with us seamlessly to address our inquiries and questions during our deferral period in order for us to present the revised plan to the committee today. And dear committee, my name is Sean, one of the homeowners of 239 Kingsdale. I really appreciate your time today to hear the context and our perspectives about the proposed plan, and also hopefully help address any questions from the committee. So first of all, I hope to present to the committee regarding the effort and progress that has been made compared with our previous proposed plan, just to provide a quick update. So change 1, the proposed east side yard setback from 0.9 meter to 1.1 meter, as per staff recommendations from the previous staff report. And change 2, proposed west side yard setback from 0.9 meter to 0.9 meter of the front 6.83 meters portion, and 1.1 and setback to 1.1 meter for the remainder building lengths. And change 3, the proposed height of the building from 10.26 meters to 10 meters. And change 4, the proposed height of the side main wall from 8.78 meters to 8 meters. And change 5, reduce the building length from 18.9 meters to 18.44.
I'm going to interrupt just there.
Okay.
Are you making are you making some additional revisions?
No, I don't think so. This is actually comparison between our previous proposed plan and these. The current plan is already reflecting the change.
Just told, we're going to pause the clock
Oh,
for a minute.
okay,
It just
yeah.
seems there's a bit of confusion. I just want to have it
Oh, okay,
clarified.
yeah. Sounds good. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think we just need to understand if you're making any more changes, or are you just referencing the changes you've made and what we're looking at
I'm just
now, and
referencing the changes we have made during the deferral period. Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
right now, just to be certain, I have you removing variance 5 and removing variance 14.
14. Yes.
And that's it. You're
That-
not
that's
you're not
it.
speaking to the staff report at this point where there was a coverage.
Correct. Yeah.
You're not changing that.
We are not changing the coverage. Yeah.
And your presentation, you're not making any more changes. You're simply summarizing the changes that you have done to get to this point.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Chair, can you confirm with the agent that he is referring to the public notice when he's referring to numbered variances?
Can you answer that question?
Sorry. Can you, Miss Martin? Can you repeat the question again?
I'll ask it. I'll rephrase it. When you're referring to specific variances,
Yeah.
are you referring to the examiner notice or the public notice? I know you have the examiner
Sorry,
notice.
I'm actually using the examiner's notice.
Don't give us the numbers then. We
Okay.
really got to work off the public notice because there's a
Okay.
lot of variances here.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We're very familiar with the application. We're familiar with the variances, but just, yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think
So-
during our
I apologize for interrupting. We'll get the clock back
problem.
up.
Okay.
And,
So
let's keep going.
yeah, change for the proposed height of the side main wall from 8.78 meters to 8 meters. And change 5, the reduced building length from 18.9 meters to 18.44 meters. And change 6, reduce lot coverage from 40.3% to 37.8%. And also to better accommodate families' elderly needs for accessibility and medical care purpose, we also implement some of the interior designs to provide adequate living space, not only for the younger generation, but for the grandparents as well, so that interior space can be better utilized to provide as much self-sufficiency and privacy for both upper level unit and lower level unit. And also in the meantime, provide a certain level of accessibilities for the elderlies. So we implemented designs, to enhance accessibilities by including like two self-sufficient units at upper and lower level, basement level, and also direct access from garage to basement living space with fewer steps, and also 2 barrier-free washrooms at upper and basement level, and also a chair lift to access to second and basement level if required, and also medical cabinets and fridges on both main level and also the basement level. And also regarding the, I think regarding the logic and the thinking behind the proposed lot coverage, as can be seen in our latest revised plan, we think the coverage is mainly driven by the building lanes instead of the building width, given the proposed side yard setbacks has been significantly improved and supported by the city staff. The reason behind the proposed building lanes are based off some consideration as below. So firstly, I think given the lower unit is designed to provide accessible living space for the grandparents, so most of the lower level has been designed to provide facilities and space to accommodate elderly's living. So with the current proposed plan, the lower level unit will include a bedroom, accessible washroom, and a condo-sized kitchen with appliances and medical fridge and cabinets, and a 10 feet by 15 feet open space as the grandparents' living room space. And secondly, the space on the front portion of the main level is designed to provide some space for the children's daily activities and schoolwork. And the back portion of the main level will be designed as a family room space for the whole family. And with the design of the lower unit, so the main level will mainly provide function for the children's needs. And thirdly, with the current proposed lengths, the distance between the rear end of the building and the rear property line is close to like 42 feet, which is 12.75 meters. And we are planning to retain as much green space and soft landscaping in the backyard to provide a seasonal activity space for the grandparents and the children, and also to provide ample green space for on-site water management and for rain and snow, which is mentioned actually by the staff report. And also, we are also trying to enhance the privacy for all adjacent neighbors as well. And with the current proposed width and length, we think the 239 Kingsdale actually fits with the overall streetscape at the front end, with the building front largely aligning with the neighbors. And on the rear end, 239 Kingsdale is about like 12 feet behind 237 Kingsdale, and about 6 to 7 feet ahead of the 245 Kingsdale. And we think with the proposed lanes, the building should not pose potential impact towards the adjacent neighbors in terms of the privacy and the shadowing.
Okay.
And
I'm just going to ask you to
yeah.
final words. Yep. If you have any final words to wrap up.
Yeah,
we're at our 5.
I do have something just to finish within 30 seconds. Yeah.
Shorter than that, but let's.
Yeah. So we feel it is actually necessary for us to better address city staff opinion regarding the lot coverage. So therefore, with the references to city's former approvals decisions, we conducted a research study on the former approvals with details included in the appendix page that we can discuss further about the details and findings during our follow-up discussion. And research criteria and findings are summarized in the appendix page for your references. And some sample, like former approvals, were sampled with details in the summary list.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. No questions?
Yes, one quick question.
Zelly.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Can the applicant please elaborate more on variance 11? Just talk about how it meets the 4 test.
Thanks, Ms. Fadeli. Actually, this is actually, I think this is referring to the backyard deck that will be built, on the main floor. I understand it's a 3-story building that we are actually proposing. So the deck size is about like 8 feet by 14 feet. So it's actually sitting on right out of the main floor. And if the committee thinks this is actually a regarding if the committee thinks this is actually troubling, then I think we can scale down the size of the deck just to better comply with the recommendations from the committee. Yeah, it's actually the deck that's coming right off the patio door.
Any other questions? Okay. It looks like we're ready to move into committee. Thank you very much. You can step down.
Thank you.
Okay. Any comments?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the staff report, and and the applicant mentioned they didn't want to change that percentage. And this is something that I wanted to comment on this and hear other colleagues what they think in this matter.
Which variant specifically?
It's the number 12, the lot coverage.
Lot coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that in the report.
I can comment. I feel like looking at the sort of the character of the neighborhood and the other new builds or the existing homes, that it keeps pushing the boundary to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that it's appropriate to reduce this house to 32% coverage in keeping with the character of the neighborhood.
Chair, I'll add my 2 cents. I'm personally not too fussed about it. I think just looking at the site plan, it's really what's being proposed is almost a mimic of what's next door. And I'm not even sure, like, 32 to me seems slightly arbitrary. I know the staff has said they've looked at sizes and approvals in the area, but why not 33? Or I think the difference between 32 and 37 is not extremely meaningful from my perspective.
I'm not too concerned with respect to the lot coverage, just given that the building length and depth seems to be in line with the adjacent properties, side yard setbacks. In some of the applications today, we've got a bit of a, pushing out into that rear yard, which causes a little bit of concern. But in this case, it seems to be more or less in line with the built form, the immediate context. I think I'm okay with that lot coverage.
If you look at the plan, the building stretches out quite a bit beyond, I guess it would be the dwelling to the south on the front, but it is basically in line with the house to the north. And then if you look at the house, so they've stretched it to be in line with, I guess it's actually shorter, slightly shorter on the east side. I can't see the north arrow here, but anyway. So they've pushed the boundaries on both sides, in other words. Just sort of be aligned with houses on either side, if you look at the site plan.
237 appears to go back a little further, but I do recognize that they do have a substantially greater front yard setback, so.
I also think it's the deck that may be pushing the coverage over. It's not the actual house. What?
Yeah. Looking at the most recent site plan. Oh, very good. Disregard the drawings from Olive in that, They accidentally got put in that file, those plans. There you go. Okay. Does that help? Okay. Yeah, I was looking to our screens just to make sure everybody was looking at the same drawing as well. Thank you for that clarification. Any other comments? Perhaps a motion? Mr. Reed?
Chair, I'll make a motion. I know there's a bit of differences of opinion on this one, but I think it's defensible from a four-test perspective. And it's a big house and it's filling the lot, but I think I do think that the variances being requested are minor and are keeping with the type of redevelopment immediately adjacent. So I would move approval of the application as amended subject to urban forestry 1. Or sorry, 3, yes.
Okay, do I have a seconder? No seconder. All right. Miss Barton, I'm looking at you, seeing as though you've got a a motion.
Okay, I put forward a motion subject to the planning report to approve this application.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's got to be worded a little differently in that motion.
Sorry?
That motion's got to be worded a little bit differently. If you wish to modify the variance to 32, you have to say that. It's not a condition in a staff report, it's a recommendation. So if your motion would need to say that you're modifying that particular variance to whatever number you would
Well,
wish.
it's in the planning report, though. It's been recommended in the planning report, hasn't it?
In your verbal motion,
Yeah.
you should be saying you are approving it, but you're modifying whatever the variance that you want to whatever percentage you want.
Because they haven't been modified yet.
Oh,
That change has not occurred yet.
If
okay.
you'd like to,
I'll
try
put
that.
forward a motion to approve the application with the modification to decrease the lot coverage to 32%.
And as,
And comply with all forestry requirements
as a,
as earlier amended.
do I have a seconder? Okay,
Okay?
seconded by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, we've got 3, 1 opposed, and I will, okay, opposed? Mr. Reed, and I will dissent. Okay, so the application is approved as modified. Moving on to item number 16, 138 Olive Avenue. Purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new detached dwelling. We've got variances for a rear yard deck projection, lot coverage, east side exterior main wall height, building length, and building depth. In terms of submission material, we have material from the applicant as well as a memorandum from Urban Forestry. And I believe, let's get the agent or applicant online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. My name is Mehran Haidari from PMP Design Group, 1090 Dalmis Road, Unit 506. I'm more than happy to answer a question.
Okay, just hold on. I believe we only have one speaker to this item. I'm going to ask my fellow members if we require presentation or if there's any questions at this time. Okay. It doesn't appear we need a full presentation, but it looks like we have a question or two for you, sir.
Sure. As you see the staff report, the staff recommended to have the site elevation revised, and we submitted the revised site elevation with the 8-meter height of the soffit, and also 30% more than the 8-meter and the 70% complying with the bylaw, and we are okay with that changes. And as you see, the property is the same neighborhood of the previous application, and the lot coverage that proposing is 32%, and the lot is the big lot is and also the rear part of this lot is the high density properties beside the Finch Street, and the property on the back is higher density and this property.
Okay, can you just clarify for us? I'm just going to jump back. I want to make sure we captured. You said that there was a modification.
Yes, the variance number 3, that is permitted height exterior wall on the east side, we are changing the east side to the 8 meter. With the condition of the staff, that is 70% of the height is 8 meter and the 30% is 10 meter.
Okay, so variance number 3 is being modified to 8 meters.
Yes.
Thank you. 88. Let's hold on. 80 for 70% of the wall. Thank you. Yeah, for that clarification. Okay. Do we have any other questions at this time? I guess I should ask whether or not, given the height of the rear deck, and I'll ask the applicant whether or not the application may benefit from some privacy screening.
So yeah, I'm okay with that condition to have the privacy screen on the side of the deck facing to the actually west side, because the east side is far from this deck and we are okay with this condition.
On the west side. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, actually on the east side, sorry, on the east side of the deck, the privacy screen is
I
okay.
see that, and
also,
the
if you see
adjacency
the
to
side
the...
plan,
Yeah.
yeah, and if you see the site plan, the drawing A0, so the neighbor is the same line of this property, and the deck is the same width and the same depth. And also, I don't think we need the privacy, but I'm totally agree with you.
You don't think we need the privacy on the east side? Or were you...
Yes, the east side, yes.
The east side, but you were referring to the west side when you said you don't need the...
No, my mistake. Yeah, east side, yes.
East side, okay, okay. We're on the same page.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay. Seeing as that there are no other questions and there's no other speakers, if it's all right with you, I think we can head into committee. Okay. All right, so we're heading into committee now.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to make a motion to approve. My one concern with this application was that east side exterior wall, and staff have resolved that concern to my satisfaction anyway. So I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the application as amended, subject to a privacy screen on the east side of the rear deck and forestry condition number 1.
Okay. And so just so I heard correctly, tied to the recommendation noted in the most recent staff report concerning variance number 3.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, forestry number 1.
Do I have a seconder?
Yes, I second that.
Second by Mr. Vizzelli. All in favor? Okay, the motion passes. The application is approved as modified.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
You as well. Okay. Item number 17, 428 DELORAINE Avenue. The application is a proposal to construct a new deck with variances for rear deck projection, rear deck setback, and rear yard landscaping. Before us, we have material from the applicant as well as one letter of concern from 447 Old Orchard Grove. Let me get the agent with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Rossetti Almeida, and I'm the applicant for this case.
Your
the
address?
address over here is 76 of Random Road, Brampton.
Okay, can we get a brief presentation, please?
What we're asking for is a justification of the proposed deck extending 3.55 meters from the rear wall of the house and a proposed deck setback of 0.77 meters from the west lot line and 1.1 meters from the east lot line. There is a precedence within the neighborhood. The ask is in line with what the adjacent neighbors have currently done and is approved in the past. Both 420 and 424 DELORAINE have wood decks that are higher than 2 feet and extend further than 8 feet from the rear walls of the house. Additionally, the neighbor to the rear at 443 Old Orchard Grove was recently granted committee approval for a similar ask. We do not believe that this is a larger ask and believe that extending an additional 3 feet will keep with the general intent and purpose of the city zoning and zoning bylaws.
Okay.
We have also made, sorry?
Oh, go on. I apologize.
No, we have also made accommodations for the abutting neighbors by putting up privacy screens, and that way that ensures privacy to the neighbors on to the right, left and right of the house. We also think that this is a desirable and appropriate development of land use. This will provide extra space for the young growing family to play with around the house, rear of the house. And the deck is going to be completely self-contained with a 48-inch railing. The last variance that we're asking for is the softscape area. Based on the revised site plan, we have now pulled the pool 0.2 meters closer to the rear of the house, and that is that increases the softscape coverage, making it a smaller ask than before.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Okay, no questions. Can we get our next speaker on?
Hello.
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 Hi. Yes. Thank you. We're attending by video conference. My mother is the homeowner of 447 Old Orchard Grove. We are the house north to 428 DELORAINE Avenue. Basically, the backyards abut. We don't necessarily take a position on the hearing.
Hold on. Let's get your name. Who are we speaking to?
My name is Akari Sano, Akari Sano, Sano. I am the daughter of the homeowner at 447 Old Orchard Grove.
Okay.
The homeowner's name is Michio Sano. As the individual stated, we just have a concern here. We want to advise the committee that there is a property boundary dispute between these two properties. And I see here from the notice of public hearing, issue number 3 deals with soft landscaping surface area and backyard surface area. And I hear now that the applicant is agreeable to make a smaller ask. Can I get the percentage of the ask? Like what are they now asking for?
Well, we're gonna go back. If you have questions, I'm the applicant's listening, so we're gonna take it back to the applicant, and hopefully they'll be able to answer.
Okay, I guess my submissions are basically to advise the committee that there is a property boundary dispute ongoing. By letter dated March 23rd, we advised the homeowners at 427 by personal service that there was a property boundary dispute, and it appears that my mother's property extends further onto the other side of their fence. There is currently a fence there built by the previous owner at 427. We provided the homeowners at 427 our survey. They asked us to get an updated survey, and we are in the process of doing that right now. They have provided us their 2019 survey, which I understand has been submitted. If you could just if you can scroll to that 2019 survey of 429, I can show you what area we are. There you go. See at the very northern plot there, that runs west east. You can see the 7.62 the distance. Currently there is a fence there. Okay, so you can see this survey, which was drafted in 2019, has no fence. So this is not the updated nor current survey, and we are in the process of obtaining the updated and current survey to determine, how far these property boundaries go and where is the placement of this fence. Is it on somebody's? Is it on our property, or is it on 428's property? Where is this fence in relation to the property boundary line?
A question for you.
From the notice of hearing,
I'm just going to stop you there. Hypothetically speaking, let's say there is an issue that comes up with respect to the property line. How does that inform the variances that are before us today?
Exactly. Perfect question. I was going to go to that next. So from your issue now, the issue number 3 in the notice of public hearing, it basically the applicant seeks to decrease your soft landscaping surface area from the required 50% to 45%. So basically, if the property boundary of 428 were to change, that changes the backyard surface area, and then that would therefore change the amount of the soft landscaping area. And because this is basically all math, theoretically, if the property boundary of 428 were to decrease, it would basically mean that their soft landscaping space or quantum that they seek is not really 45%, but maybe perhaps less than 45%. So that would be a concrete example of how the property line impacts an issue at this hearing. Furthermore, I understand that 428 has obtained a pool permit and a fence permit. So theoretically, and I just heard from the applicant's agent that they have adjusted the location of their pool, so it would comply with the required setback, which is required by the City of Toronto bylaw. So to me, this acknowledges that the applicant sees that that this property boundary dispute may be a viable, a meritorious issue here. So what we're not asking for is much. We're just asking basically that the committee consider the next steps, but we would ask that the committee consider the steps that makes most sense and which saves most unnecessary costs. Therefore, at this juncture, what we are asking for is an adjournment of this hearing to allow time for the property boundary to be clarified, actually. That way, the applicant can submit an updated and current survey, which is required to seek a minor variance. In that way, with the updated survey, the Committee of Adjustment has the most accurate information so that they can calculate what is the backyard surface area, and we know what is the actual soft landscaping surface area, and would it be a minor variance or would it not be a minor variance? I think we're dealing with a lot of unknowns at this time when you are trying to determine a minor variance based in the background of a property boundary dispute.
Okay.
Also,
I'm just going to ask you to
for an
wrap
adjournment
it up.
to avoid any unnecessary costs, by the owners of 428 to have to refix their fence or pool if required, if the property boundary is where we say it is. Certainly, we will not be able to entertain their position that they are unable to move the fence or pool for fear of being in non-compliance with a city bylaw or a variance approval should the boundary line lie where we say it is. So we're basically asking for some sort of adjournment here.
Okay.
So the property boundary issue can be determined.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off there. So I'm going to ask the applicant back, but before that, I just want to confirm that we don't have any additional speakers. I do see another person registered, but I believe that they are here with the agent of the same party. Let me just verify that.
Is that Kaylee?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have any other speakers?
I tried to reach out to Sanka and I cannot reach them by phone.
Okay. So I'm gonna take this back to the applicant. Yeah, so I'll just say this. I mean, you know, the neighbors kind of pointed out that there may be an issue with respect to the property boundary. I will say this, you know, we're dealing with the application essentially as it is before us today. So we're dealing with the public notice, we're dealing with the survey that's presented. If it turns out that there was an error and that the variance is not correct, then that's on the applicant to deal with. And whether the applicant wants to make adjustments to the application to come into to comply with what's been approved or not approved, or whether they have to come back to committee. But I will say that, you know, I will put that forward, I guess, to the agent, an applicant, and kind of see whether see what they have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the fence was constructed 4.5 years ago by the previous owner, and it was based on the 2019 survey. The neighbors, the Sanders, have only raised this concern 2 weeks ago and have not yet provided an updated survey or a surveyor's reports. We were provided with communication on March 23rd and as well as March 31st, wherein on March 31st, the neighbor mentioned that there might be a discrepancy of 10 to 20 centimeters. Keeping in mind and taking into consideration an abundance of caution, we have actually moved the pool 0.2 meters closer to the house. And the homeowners have notified the neighbors, the Sanders, that they are amenable to moving the fence upon receiving evidence and documentation to support their claims.
Okay, so you are confident then to proceed, and you're aware that if there is any discrepancy that may result in a change of the variances, that you take responsibility for that?
That is correct.
Fair to say? Okay, very good. In that case,
I have a question.
Of course, Ms. Martin.
It looks to me, I'm looking at your revised 2-deck permit. It looks to me like you've based this drawing on where the property lines are, not necessarily where the fence is. So I don't think that your, you can clarify for me whether your percentage landscaping would change. I wouldn't think it would because it's not actually, if in fact the fence is built outside that property line to the, I guess it's to the north, then it's not included in your percentage landscaping anyway. Is that right?
Well, we have moved the hardscape closer to the house, so that is reflected in the percentage.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah.
I mean, it also seems like, you know, with respect to the application, it seems like there's some flexibility with respect to, you know, if they do fall short, you know, I think we're talking 1% here, 2%. There's some clear opportunity for modification should they need. But as I said, you know, this really is, you know, for the applicant has put forth that the application is complete and correct, and therefore they, you know, ultimately they take responsibility. So given that they have no concern or issue with the validity of the application, I think it's only fair to proceed at this point. Okay. If there's no other questions, then perhaps we should take this into committee. Okay. Okay, let's take it into committee.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any concerns with the application. I think the property issue can be resolved and accommodated if there's a change to the soft landscaping. So I'm okay with recommending approval of it. There aren't any forestry conditions, so just a motion to approve the variances as requested.
Second by Mr. Reid. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The motion carries. The application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, number 18 and number 19 have been deferred, so we are moving on to item number 20. 59 Turnhill Crescent. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We have one variance before us for lot coverage, as well as material from the applicant and a letter of objection from 61 Turnhill Crescent. We have the agent with us?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Ms. Wang, and
Good afternoon.
your address?
Yeah, good afternoon, committees. My name is Rachel Wang. My address is 21 Havigal Crescent in Markham. I'm the authorized agent of the homeowner of the 59 Turnhill Crescent.
Okay, and we're going to ask for a brief presentation from you.
Sorry? I'm going to ask for a brief presentation from you at this time. Okay, thank you. Today, we are applying for bylaw variance for the lot coverage. The zoning bylaw allows for the 25% lot coverage. We are proposing 32%. In the same area, there are many properties with lot coverage exceeding 32%. You can see from the presentation sheet, page 2. Yeah, and the proposal is appropriate for the authorization of the high-value lot. The variants are minor in nature, consistent with other approved minor variants in this area. General intent and the purpose of the zoning bylaw is maintained. General intent and the purpose of the official plan is maintained. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Okay, we have our next speaker.
Hello, this is Denise Customer speaking of 61 Turnhill Crescent.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I go ahead and speak now?
Yes, you may.
Oh, thank you. I'm participating today in this public hearing about 59 Turnhill Crescent to object to the request for permission to use 32% of the lot coverage when the maximum lot coverage is 25%, so that a two-story dwelling can be constructed. All the setbacks of the proposed plan impact us, my husband and myself, who live here, since such a big dwelling will reduce drastically the space between the two homes. The worst setback is the south side of the plan, where the dwelling will be 1.3 meters closer to our home, 61 Turnhill, right up to the property line. In addition, the proposed construction of an exit with a walkway from the basement of the new dwelling, again, up to our property line. On the proposed plan, from west to south, the extension of the deck is again another move closer to our property, leaving us with no privacy, almost no privacy. So I would just like to say that I want to appeal to the Committee of Adjustment to consider carefully what I have just said about leaving space for privacy and lawn greenery and caring about the environment of our home. Many people in my street have encouraged me to speak on their behalf as they share my view. These are small lots that we live on with bungalows, and wanting to keep enough space for our mental health and other things is very important to us. I would just like to add also that the neighborhood understood when 59 Turnhill was purchased that the house would stay as it was, and that an elderly lady who liked the walkway behind the house and the house itself would live there and enjoy her walks in nature, because we have a beautiful back path. Now, the owner of the house was never seen after the purchase, and I hoped at least that he would try to make some contact with us, his next door neighbors, at 61 Turnhill. No, never happened. That was such a shock to get the letter in the mail about the demolition of this home and the plan to construct a 2-story building. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, there are no questions. We have another speaker.
Hello?
Thank you. Mr. Coleman,
Yes.
if you can give us your address, please?
Yeah, my address is 58 Turnhill Crescent.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
right across the street. Okay.
Yep, the floor is yours.
And great. I won't speak long because my neighbor Denise has basically spoke about what I was going to speak about. And so the first thing I wanted to mention is, as Denise said as well, the previous owners of 59 mentioned that the new owners were going to keep the house as it is. And so, quite a few neighbors heard that. And so, a few of us were disappointed when we heard that they were going to construct a 2-story house. And there was no correspondence, since the house was purchased back in August about these plans to construct a new dwelling. To get into the facts here, setbacks, I personally don't have any objection to the to the rear setback, because it's 8.7 versus 8.8. For the front setback, 9.3 versus 9.8. But it's regarding the other two setbacks. The north setback, I know I've spoken to the neighbor who's on the other side of this 59, with Denise on south of it, and this neighbor being on the north side. And I know he's not happy about, obviously, the change here to build a 2-story house. And also the north setback, 1.8 to 2.18. The current situation is that with the current dwelling at 59, there's not a lot of distance between the north side of the family room in the back of the house at 59 and the south side of the garage at my neighbor's house immediately north. But more importantly, speaking on behalf of thinking about my two neighbors, Denise and her husband Paul, with the south setback, that is a big difference between 3.4 versus 4.7, and taking a closer look at what the new owners want to do, building a basement courtyard. The previous owner at 59 Turnhill mentioned to me some time ago that that lot is 4 feet narrower, and so it seems that the new owners are trying to get that back, so to speak. And the idea is depending on your lot size, is to build appropriately. So I'm looking at the south side there, and with this house being projected to be more than a meter further in terms of the south direction towards Denise, who just spoke, then after that, there is this courtyard for the basement, and I see from the drawings that there's a staircase that is going to be going west in direction at the front, just at the side front of the house, to for people to go up and down to this basement courtyard. And there's also a staircase going north-south, coming off the deck in the back of the house, and that's going towards Denise and Paul's house. So, I know they're quite, as Denise just mentioned, she's quite concerned about the fact that this new house is going to be more than a meter closer to her, and then on top of that, with this basement courtyard extending further south. I was thinking perhaps the new owners could put this basement courtyard in the back of their house, the west side, because I don't have as I mentioned before, I don't have a problem with the house being further west and east, but it's just you want to respect the neighbors, because there are a lot of older people who live here. And
I'm just going to ask you to
building
wrap
height
up. We
seems fine.
just hit past the 5-minute mark. Just some final words. Yep.
Lot coverage, is a little higher. And the last thing is just you want to have when you're building a new house, you want to be considerate of people who've lived there for a long time, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Oh,
No,
we do have.
sorry, no, for the applicant.
Okay, so seeing as that we've got through our speakers, we're going to go back to the agent and applicant, and I'm going to ask him to speak to some of the concerns that have been brought up by our two neighbors.
Okay, hi. Actually, I will pass the message to my clients, the message of pass the requirements of the neighborhood to my clients. But I would like to mention, we don't apply any backyard setback and the side yard setback of minor variance. Or we concern with zoning bylaw requirements. Another thing is for the lot coverage. The 5 Turnhill Crescent lot coverage is approved by 34.9%. 13 Northern Crescent lot coverage approved by 34%. 66 Northern Crescent lot coverage approved by 32.95%. We are in the same zoning zone, and we are very, very close. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have a few questions.
Okay.
To the applicant. The outdoor courtyard on the lower level, that's included in the coverage calculation? I'm assuming?
No.
No? Are you sure?
No, because that is underground.
Okay.
In the basement, it's in the basement. Yeah.
Yeah, we were having trouble hearing you. If you could speak up a little bit.
You mean?
Stats. It's got to be covered.
Like there's a wall.
Yeah, because from our zoning notice, there's nothing regarding this question. That's why we didn't apply for the minor variance or anything about the basement workout.
No, I'm just clarifying whether that's included in the coverage figure or not.
Not.
Not. So where is the side yard setback on that side measured to? The building or the courtyard?
That side yard setback is 3 meter. In the southeast corner. For the southwest corner, the side yard setback is 4.345 meter. The requirement is 1.8 meter.
I want to know what the.
So that's why we didn't. This is follow the zoning bylaw. The only minor variance we ask for is lot coverage.
Yeah, we don't. Okay, we got a couple more questions for you. Hang in there. Ms. Martin?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm not sure if you answered this or not. I'm having trouble hearing you, but what was the intent of putting the walkout courtyard on the south side of the building as opposed to at the back, which is generally, traditionally how that is done? And also, I just want to point out that the only variance here is the lot coverage. So
yes,
I presume that the setback is from your building and not from the courtyard. Is that right? Or was
yes,
that
the setback
variance
is
missed?
It's from the building.
Okay.
Not from the basement workout. I would like to explain why we build this workout, because our clients have the older people. She may live in the basement, and this side is a face to south. They want to get more sunshine in the winter time.
But you're going to have a house in front of majority of that walkout, but you'll get the sun, I guess, you know, at the highest point.
I beg your pardon, sorry.
I'll ask. I just want to circle back to the lot coverage. So on your site plan drawing, you've noted that the floor area of the ground floor is 163.55 meters. And you've noted the lot area as well. And I'm just finding a bit of a discrepancy here, trying to figure out where the additional lot coverage is, because you've put forward to us that the lot coverage is not inclusive of the walkout on the south of the building. That it only pertains to the building itself. But if you do the math on the area of the ground floor divided by the lot area, the lot coverage doesn't come anywhere near what's being asked for. So perhaps you could provide a little bit of clarification as to that discrepancy there?
Actually, we provide the drawing to the zoning when we apply for the zoning certificate. The zoning examiner didn't mention of this one. They're all only concern is about the lot coverage. So I believe this is not included the lot coverage. But
where's your 32% coverage coming from then?
It's from the only ground floor of the building.
The numbers don't add up.
Which number?
Well, let's just look at the site plan here. Okay.
Yeah.
You've provided the lot area and you've provided the area of the ground floor, and if you do the math, the lot coverage just comes in at over 25%, right? But you're asking 32. So again, I'm going to ask, do you have any idea where the additional 7% is coming from? I presume it pertains to the excavation at the south side of the building, but you've said that isn't included in the lot coverage. So if that's not included in the lot coverage, then what is getting us there?
Okay, could you hold on for a second? Yes, yes. Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. So the lot coverage, if calculate from the ground floor, it's be 25%. And the 32 is include that basement workout. Yes, sorry, I was wrong, sorry.
Thank you. I just, because it was frankly, misinformation that was provided, and I just want to make sure that we understand the application that's being presented. Any other questions? Okay. There's no other questions. Let's take this into committee. Seeing as that we're a little short on comment, and maybe I'll just kick us off. You know, generally with the lot coverage of this nature, I generally don't have too much concern. However, in this case, I frankly, I do have a little bit of concern just because of the way that the lot coverage is being used. And in this case, I think that the condition that the applicant has created at the south side in the side yard, frankly, is a bit much to the adjacent neighbor. And I would agree with the neighbor's concern that I think there needs to be a little bit more consideration of how that adjacency is treated. So it's not necessarily a quantitative issue I have with respect to the variance, but there is a qualitative issue.
Chair, I'll just add a comment. I understand what you're saying about that, and I do think that adjacency might be an issue. But I think I support the application as it is. I think the fact, like a 32% coverage of building, I think would have a larger effect than the 32%, which 7 or whatever is the sunken patio. So for that reason, I do believe this one variance is minor.
Okay.
I have a comment. I just noticed now that the walkway along the south, it runs right along the property line. There's absolutely no green space between the south property and with that, I feel like it should be reduced. The total lot coverage should be reduced in order to accommodate some green space between the homes to create some sort of barrier, some sort of green barrier. That's going to be quite a stark look with this walkway and then this courtyard and then the house. There's no green at all.
But I mean, there is no variance for that in front of us. The lot coverage of 32% is the only variance that we have.
It also, I think we've identified that, I think the issue is that the lot coverage is permitting the excavation at the south, which is that walkout. And I think that is sort of the concern that's coming up with respect. I think certainly you look at the variance right off the bat, you're like, it's, you know. But I think, I mean, frankly, I guess because there's no side yard setback triggered because the building is further back, right?
So it's not affecting it because of the site.
So it's, I mean, it's not, you know, certainly if the building was proposed at that, you know, you'd have side yard setback variances and all that, but, you know, there is a fence blocking, but, yeah.
So sorry.
Oh, hold on, we're in committee. Hold on. We can't have anybody coming in and adding commentary in the middle of committee. Thank you. Ms. Martin?
Are you guys, are you
Yeah,
seeing
are
what
we
I'm
ready?
seeing? Yeah, where there's absolutely no green barrier between the property, the subject property and the south property. And if we approve it like it is, I think that the lot coverage should be reduced in order to accommodate some green space.
My only concern is you reduce the lot coverage. I mean, they can do, frankly, they could do whatever they want with it. They can reduce elsewhere, but it may sort of give, to your point, I think it may address the concern with respect to the setback of that walkout.
Well, you've got a point there. That
And
is
there's
true.
no requirement for landscaping along the side property line in this
Yeah, it's,
case, or it would have been identified, I think. So,
Yeah, but we'll assume they won't want to decrease the size of the house, which only leaves the courtyard, right?
okay. It sounds like we're almost ready for a motion. Somebody want to go for it? We might not have a unanimous decision, but we may we'll end up with some decision.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion. I'll put forward a motion to reduce the lot coverage from 32% down to, in keeping with the staff report, 28%, and will approve based on this amendment.
No staff. I don't think.
Yes, there is.
Can we pull up staff report?
I think there's a staff report. Am I wrong? Oh, where did I get that then? Okay,
We're just confirming.
maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
No
Okay.
staff report.
Okay.
Still maintain it.
Well, let's discuss.
I'm happy to, I think, let's see where it goes. Your motion.
Mr. Chair, you're in the middle of a motion. Either finish it or terminate it and start again.
Okay, let's, Ms. Martin, do you want to put forward the motion?
I want to terminate and discuss the percentage.
Okay.
I can discuss my view on the percentage. I'm happy with the application as it is. I think, I don't feel comfortable just taking off 1 or 2% without, I think the impact of that would be questionable. So that's where I am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reed.
I agree with Mr. Reed. So I think I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as is. I don't believe there is any condition. No. So I think that the application would satisfy the 4 test.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Mr. Fazeli for approval without condition. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay, we've got 3 in favor. Those that oppose? 2 opposed. Okay, the motion carries. The application is approved. Okay. We have one more item on this in this block. Are we okay to deal with it prior to a brief break? Okay, I agree. All right. Item number 21. Yes, I would agree. 20 Cheltenham Avenue. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a rear yard accessory structure. We've got variances before us for a rear yard setback, for an ancillary building and floor area as well. Submission material from the applicant, as well as a letter of objection from 29 Buckingham Avenue. Do we have the agent or applicant with us?
Yes, good afternoon, committee. My name is Luca Penzo. I'm the applicant and agent representing 20 Cheltenham Avenue.
And your address?
My address is 128 Arundel Avenue.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask if we have, I see no other speakers on the list, so I'm going to ask my colleagues whether we require a full presentation. I'm seeing no. Okay. Okay, so I go back to the applicant. It doesn't appear that we require a full presentation. So, I mean, if there's anything you'd like to say, I want to provide you that opportunity, but otherwise, it looks like we're ready to move right to committee with this.
Thanks so much. I think the application is pretty straightforward. We have 2 minor variances overall with no landscape variance, no height variance, no coverage variance. So unless the members of the committee have any questions, I'm comfortable handing off to you guys to put forward a motion and discuss.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we were just notified that there is a piece of correspondence that was sent in earlier.
Okay.
That is not part. Would you be okay if we showed it on the screen?
As long as we're not breaking any procedural matters, happy to take a look at it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll put it up on the screen for you to take a look at.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Can I confirm that there's no additional speakers?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, there we go. It's good I asked.
Well, no, Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could ask for your indulgence. My name is Patrice Dutil. I did not ask to speak on this item. I live on Cheltenham Avenue, and I've only been aware of this issue for the last few days. Would you hear me out for a second? I have no standing officially on this, but I do live on Cheltenham.
Seeing as you're here, we're happy to hear what you have to say.
I simply want, what is being proposed here is basically a platform for somebody to take slap shots on a net. I've never seen anything like this before. It's a concrete structure from what I understand. But I am concerned, as are my neighbors, many of them are here today, about noise. Taking slap shots in the backyard, I mean, this is going to ruin our backyards. I don't understand why somebody needs to take slap shots on a goal in a backyard in a structure. I mean, has there been some sort of acoustic study for this? What's going to be the impact of that kind of a structure? We find it very strange that such a thing would be constructed. Thanks for hearing me out. I'm just saying,
Mr. Chair,
this is
can
very
I have your
unusual.
name and address, please?
Yeah, let's get your name and address as well, if you don't
Gladly.
mind.
My name is Patrice Dutil, Patrice Dutil. I live at 66 Cheltenham Avenue.
Okay.
I'll be speaking later on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay. Do we have any questions for the speaker?
For the speaker, no.
No? Okay. Let's go back to the agent. I'd like to, we've had somebody address some concerns. Let's turn it back to the agent for a response.
Yeah, so the owners do have children that would like to use this area, basically to play games and such. And the purpose of the roof structure is actually for that point exactly. If they are taking shots, play with a golf simulator or a hockey puck, the roof is intended to block the puck from flying over into neighbors' yards. As far as noise concerns, I can't really speak to that because that's not really an issue, I don't think, for today. It doesn't really affect any of the variances. Whether they were playing outdoors or under the roof, I don't think it makes a change. The structure is open on all sides, so it's basically just 6 posts with a flat roof, and we've kept the roof at a minimum, keeping it lower than the adjacent garage on the property that's right beside it. And then there's an existing fence on the property of 20 Cheltenham on the other side of it, and the other 2 sides are open.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, is it possible that the applicant, the late correspondence they receive, if you put it up there, and the applicant just has any comment on
I
that?
haven't seen this or really been able to digest it fully. I think some of it I read is obviously like mostly to green space. The only thing I can really speak to that is that we don't have a landscape variance, so the pad is not really in question with these variances. And then with drainage, I think the roof will actually help to improve drainage because we've been able to slope the roof away from the neighboring properties, so it'll help keep the water on the side of 20 Cheltenham.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Of course.
If the structure's open on all sides, how do you keep errant pucks or golf balls from not going into neighbors' properties?
So on one side is the garage wall. If you pull up my presentation materials, you'll be able to see on the other side is a fence. And then on the back side is just gonna have like plexiglass.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I think that's it. Okay, let's move into committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a motion to approve the application. There's no condition. I believe it satisfies the 4 tests.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Second.
I couldn't hear him.
Mr. Vizzelli made a motion to, actually, I'll let you restate that.
I'll move the motion to approve the application.
Oh, I don't accept that.
Mr. Chair, you would do this through a formal vote, please?
So we've got to, let's keep the motion on the floor for now, see where it goes. So we've got a motion to approve, seconded by Mr. Reid. All in favor? Okay. The motion. Opposed?
It's a tie.
Okay, we've got a tie, so that sort of puts me in the. You know, it's a tough one. I think from a zoning standpoint, I don't have any. There aren't any really major impacts from a zoning standpoint. I do have a bit of concern, you know, with respect to noise, but you know, you can't really regulate noise in a backyard. You know, whether they're children are playing outside, whether you put a trampoline structure back there or you put something back there that requires a variance. I don't think that really. I just don't think it's enough to sort of get in the way of this meeting the 4 tests. I do think it is relatively minor, so I do support the motion. So I guess that, do we need to, our Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we need to go through the process again? No, so then the motion the motion carries and the application is approved. Okay? Yes, thank you. So let's take a 10-minute break. Is that sufficient for staff and committee? Okay. Let's return at 5.
And you said, yeah, and I. Jesus.
Don't pay for your dinner either.
10 more. They're coming back at 5. Where are you gonna walk? Oh, I don't know. Okay, walk.
Good evening. We're back. We're on to item number 22, number 2 Thursfield Crescent. Purpose of this application is to construct a new one-story rear addition and deck. We've got variances before us for lot coverage, as well as a variance to permit a parking space in the front yard. On file, I have material from the applicant as well as a memorandum from Transportation Services. We have the agent with us.
Yes, we do. It's Jonathan Benzowski.
Here.
Jonathan, welcome back.
Yes, thank you. I'm part of this one.
Just give me a moment. Okay. Would you guys benefit from a
Are you able to hear
presentation
me?
on this? Yeah, no other speakers. No? Mr. Bukowski, it seems we don't need a full presentation. So if there's anything
I'm
you'd
good,
like
Mr.
to add.
I think I just say it's a one-story addition. Fairly straightforward.
Okay. And actually, I know I know staff are well aware of your address, but for the record, if you can just state it for us.
Yeah, 301 Q1 Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We got a motion on this one, or
Sure.
discussion?
I'm happy to bring a motion, Chair. I think there's only the 2 variances in front of us. The coverage is very small. I'm generally not supportive of parking in the front yard, but this is a common occurrence in this neighborhood, and I think regardless of whether, oh, pardon me. Thank you. Regardless of whether the parking spot is behind the building or in the front yard, people are going to use the front yard. So I think this proposal, particularly because it's limited to 1 story, I think that the expansion, that limits the impact, and I think it's minor. So I move approval without condition.
Do I have a seconder? Okay, second by Ms. Casson, all in favor? Okay, the motion is carried unanimously. The application is approved.
Thank you, Katie.
Okay, item number 23, 177 Spring Garden Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a 2-story detached dwelling with a basement walkout. We've got a number of variances, including front and rear exterior main wall height, east and west side yard setback, and lot coverage. I have material from the applicant as well as a staff report from community planning on file. Do we have the applicant or agent with us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and community members. This is Mount Deason. The address is 2710 14th Avenue, Markham, postal code L3R0J1. And first of all, I would like to modify variance number 1 and 2 according to staff report.
Okay, yes, I do see that staff are recommending a revision to the front and rear main wall height. So
Yes, 2 meters.
you would like to modify that?
Yes, and we already submitted the second set of drawings, which is modified.
Very good. And can you just
Which has been
identify
modified.
the specific variances that are being modified for the record?
Item number 1 from the height of front main wall from 8.94 meter to 8 meters.
Okay.
And item number 2 for the rear main wall from 8.94 meter to 8 meters.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, we only have the 1 speaker. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they require a full presentation. No, it doesn't appear so. So unless there's anything else you'd like to add, I'd like to move into committee.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's take this into committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if no other colleagues have any comments, I'd like to move forward the motion to approve the application as amended. And is there any other conditions? No, without any other conditions. Is it forestry? And
There's a
with
forestry condition.
forestry number 2.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Okay, second by Ms. Martin. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The motion carries. The application as modified is approved.
Okay, thank you very much, chairs and committee members. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. Item number 24. 25 Shippigan Crescent. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new dwelling with variances for a rear deck projection, front yard setback, building height, side exterior main wall height, rear yard setback, lot coverage, stair width, platform encroachment into a rear yard setback, as well as 2 variances for platform setback from a shoreline hazard limit or stable top of bank. On file, I have materials from the applicant, 2 memorandums from Urban Forestry, a letter from the TRCA, and do we have the applicant or agent with us?
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glen Rubinoff, agent.
Good evening, Mr. Rubinoff. Your address?
18 Gloucester Lane, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. I do see that we have another speaker. I just want to check with staff that that speaker is online and here with us.
They're not present, Mr. Chair.
They are not present.
They have not provided a phone number.
Okay, so I'm going to ask my colleagues whether they require a full presentation. Okay, I'm seeing not. Mr. Rubinoff, if there's anything you'd like to add, the floor is yours. However, if not, it looks like we're ready to move straight into committee.
I have a question.
Yes, we do have a question for you.
Could you explain?
Sure.
Variants 3 and 4, why are these necessary? The increase in height and the increase in the side exterior main walls over what's permitted by the bylaw. What's the justification for that?
Okay, we did submit some a sketch to the committee which shows the extent of this variance. It's based on the width of the house and the way in which you see that pink line there at the top. That is what the extent of the at the very top of the roof there. It's a very minor adjustment. It's because it's a fairly wide house, and just to get the proper drainage, it's just a drainage channel to provide for that drainage. Wall height, the bylaw permits 7.5 meters of wall height. Adjust with the style of it in order to have the trim around the windows. They asked for a little bit more height just to justify the architectural style of it. It's a difference of about 0.28, so about 8 or 9 inches additional wall height. But that's the reason is just more for the architectural detailing of it. Yeah, I mean, the impact, I mean, we did have planning look at this. We did talk to them about that. And when we explained it to them, they had no comments, no concerns after that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, no other questions. Mr. Rubinoff, anything I should ask if there's anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. Yes, just more of a conceptual thing. This lot is a bit of an angle, so a lot of the variances related to length are technical. The actual home is under the permitted length, but it's taken on an angle, so it cuts through at one corner on one side and another corner on the other side. So the actual length of the building's at 15.67 meters, but the variance is longer because of the way in which it's taken. The front yard setback in the same way, it's taken on an angle. The house is in line with the other homes on the street, not on an angle. So as such, a piece of it cuts into the front yard, which creates that variance. So it's just there's a lot of technical things here related to the shape of the lot and the orientation of the house. That's all I wanted to mention.
Sorry, another question through you, Mr. Chair. Do you have any objection to us putting a condition on to tie the development to be in accordance, substantially in accordance with the site plan and the elevation drawings?
Absolutely no objection.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, if there's no other questions, I think we can move into committee now.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion for approval, subject to the development being built substantially in accordance with the site plan and elevation drawings, and subject to forestry condition number 2. Yes.
Okay, I have a seconder. Second by Ms. Martin. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Application is approved. Thank you. Good to see you again. Moving on to item number 25. 482 Woburn Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling and a laneway suite. We have variances for east and west side yard setback, lot coverage, building height, side exterior main wall height, the number of stories, platform encroachment into a front yard setback, canopy encroachment, front stair setback, as well as eave projection. For the laneway suite, we have variance for setback from a residential building, height, and angular plane. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a memo from Urban Forestry, correspondence with community planning, and a letter of objection from 484 Woburn Avenue, as well as a letter from an unknown individual who has identified themselves as a Woburn resident. Do we have the applicant or agent with us?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Tate Rook. I am planner for the owners of the property at 482 Woburn Avenue. My address is 18 Yonge Street.
Okay. Thank you. A brief presentation from you when you get...
Sure, sir. Before I begin, there has been...
Yeah, sorry. Before we get underway, and I think you were just about to get to it, I believe there's some changes or modifications that we should point out.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
So the variances have been modified, and there are some deletions to the list of variances. So the only modification is variance number 3 related to lot coverage.
Okay.
It was 37.16%, but it's been reduced to 36.3%. And then variances number 11 and 12, which are related to the laneway suite, have been deleted.
Okay. And those specifically pertain to, my understanding is those specifically pertain to the height.
Correct.
Variance 11 and variance 12 pertains to the setback. Just give me a moment. Yes, the setback to the residential building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, sir. So those 11 and 12 have been deleted. Modification to variance number 3, as I indicated. And as a result of these revisions, the planning department, as you saw in their comments, have no concerns with this application. I will go through the submissions, but basically, if you could pull up my presentation materials that I'd submitted to the committee, what you have is the subject site outlined in red, the dashed line. And what you find in this neighborhood is a mixture of lot frontages and lot areas. You'll note that the subject site is one of the more narrower lots within the area of a mixture of lot frontages and lot areas. So there are larger lot frontages, larger lot areas, in the immediate block and in the surrounding areas. And this is somewhat of an inconsistent, the consistency in this neighborhood is the inconsistent pattern of development that's occurred in this area. So in this particular case, you have, if you go to the next slides, you see pictures of the subject site, and immediately next door and across the street, you have newer homes that are surrounding this, what are called the original bungalow that was developed on this particular site. And it's a proposal to demolish the existing dwelling to construct a new 3-story dwelling, which is something that is found within the street and around the surrounding areas. If you go to the site plan, and as it relates to the site yard setbacks on the east and west sides, you'll note that the subject dwelling or the existing dwelling, if you could go back to the presentation slides, you'll note on the 4th slide, you'll note that the subject's, the existing dwelling has been outlined in red. And on the east and west side, on the east side, we're matching the existing side yard setback of 0.31 of a meter. So we're maintaining that east side yard setback. And you'll note on the west side yard setback, the existing side yard setback is 0.71. And we're actually increasing it or enlarging that setback to 0.91. So it's set back further than the existing dwelling. And that was done intentionally to maintain a separation distance as much as possible to accommodate the existing dwellings on either sides. With regards to lot coverage, you saw on the area context map, which was the first slide, properties that have been highlighted in green, which are existing properties or approved properties that have 30% coverage or larger. And I would submit to the committee that this is proposal, given its length of dwelling at 17 meters, maintaining the front wall consistent with the adjacent properties on either side and the rear wall to the other sides, is a proposal that is more than consistent, and from a lot coverage perspective is more than compatible with what's currently existing in the area. The number of stories, the bylaw permits 2, we're proposing 3. You'll note that if you see in the area photos, there are 3-story dwellings in the area. There are height variances related to the main walls and the overall height. And if you go to the 5th slide of the presentation materials, the area that's been highlighted in green, and this is somewhat of a, if you go to the next slide, you'll see the side elevations. So the front and rear of the dwelling are sloped at the front and back. So it's a slope roof at front and slope roof at back. There's a small portion, which is the green highlighted area, which is the portion that's in excess of the bylaw requirements, and it's contained within the central portion of the house. And if you reference back to the site plan, you'll note that that area of the height encroachment is contained between the 2 existing dwellings. So it's not a height, the additional height isn't occurring beyond the rear walls or the front walls of the adjacent dwellings. It's set back, it's contained within the central portion of the dwelling itself. If with regards to the variances related to the front porch, front stairs, I would submit to you this is just to accommodate a front entrance and front porch, which is common in this area. And from an impact and a streetscape perspective, it's more than compatible. And I would submit to you it's a bit of an enhancement. The last matter is related to the laneway suites. The only variance remaining, and if you go to the 9th slide, second last slide of the presentation materials, there's a small triangular piece that encroaches into the angular plane right there, that's been highlighted in green, and that's the extent of the variance that we're seeking for the laneway suite. Other than that, the laneway suite is in compliance in its entirety with the zoning bylaw. Those are my submissions. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Mr. Reed.
Thanks. Just a quick clarification on the laneway suite. So that the opaque screening, that's still there even though you've dropped the height from 5.79 to, I presume, 5. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. And that was just added the benefit of the neighbors, so there isn't any views into the adjacent properties.
Right, okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. We have some other speakers. Perhaps, is there any speakers that are here with us in person? No. Okay, so I'm going to turn to staff. I believe we have some speakers online. All right. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Chair, we've got a Louis Barless unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If you could just give us your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Yes, it's Louis Barless on 476 Woburn Avenue.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Yeah, it's very simple here. As noted in my objection letter that I provided last week, my objection is really with the construction of any type of laneway suite and not with the construction of the home or this 3-story or 2-story home. Simply to say is our neighborhood, as that little chart that was presented earlier, consists of single-family dwelling homes, mostly 20, 30-foot lots, and which accommodate one family per unit. The construction that's being proposed, the way it's constructed and proposed, it's to accommodate 3 families or 8 bedrooms, basically changing the characteristic of the neighborhood and destabilizes the purpose of our backyards. Also, the overbuilding of the laneway suite. When I say overbuilding, I don't mean it's outside the variances. I mean building a unit where the rest of the neighborhood has garages and laneways and parking, where that unit will have clear access and view to our backyards, to our bedrooms at eye level, right? It impedes into our privacy. It creates a very high level of visual intrusion, not feeling safe and being watched. It basically loses the quality of, we lose the quality of life and enjoyment in our backyards. It's easy to sit and watch other homes being built, but living in that home, in that neighborhood, and you have a big structure, another building, residential building in a backyard pointing in all directions is very uncomfortable, unwanting and unvisual. And finally, as you saw in that strip, all the homes are 20 to 30-foot lots, and we have issues with parking all year round. We had the city build our laneway and paved it so we can park in the back. During winter months, we don't have parking. The development of an 8-bedroom dwelling, which includes the laneway suite, exasperates the parking issue that we have today by adding an additional 4 cars based on 3 family units that would move in or accommodate up to 9 people. The laneway suite should be a garage to accommodate parking, as the rest of the street has, and fits within the character of our neighborhood. To conclude, I don't object with the building of the new home, but I do object with the laneway suite. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another speaker? I'm just going to put this out there as well, while we're waiting for our next speaker. If we can, just given the number of speakers, just ensure that we don't repeat ourselves. And if you are speaking, please, just if you have something to add, please add it. By all means, we're here to hear what you have to say, but we also just, to be mindful of time, we want to avoid repetitiveness amongst parties. We have our next speaker.
We do, Mr. Chair. Francis Fung.
Hello, Francis.
We have a Francis and a James Fung, Mr. Chair. James Fung has been unmuted.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Fung.
Hi, this is James Fung, and I'm resident of 480 Woburn. And the only thing I add is concur with what Louis said earlier, and just want to add the fact that the impact of the laneway suite, as demonstrated in the if you turn to the next page, it illustrates this is the current view versus the view we're gonna have once the laneway is built. The neighborhood is have a lot of children, and we play in the backyard, including mine and others, and that's the kind of view we would have in the future. And furthermore, the next page, you see in the presentation, is having that, I guess, suite looking directly into our backyard and our bedrooms based on the height that was proposed. So we have the same view that, you know, we appreciate new neighbors having new structure. The main house, we don't have any issue with that, and it's the laneway suite that is of concern. And the last page is illustrating even now the parking that's being used, and it's blocking, you know, other neighbors coming in and out. And in the winter, when there's snow and ice, it makes it even more treacherous trying to navigate around and in and out of the garage. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, no questions. Next speaker.
We have a Steve and Jody Schaefer, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Schaefer, and I'm the homeowner of 484 Woburn. May I begin?
Yes. Just a very brief reminder, please just be mindful of repeating what some of your neighbors have already stated. Otherwise, the floor is yours.
We're objecting to elements of the proposed construction because we do not find the variances minor, and we also find them not desirable to the use of the land. These variances and the construction as a whole exceed neighbors' reasonable expectations about space and privacy, and will also result in a construction that is inconsistent with the neighborhood character. We did approach the owner at the end of March to discuss our concerns, and he's aware of these concerns and that we would be speaking here today. I should note that today on this hearing is the first time we heard that a number of the variances have been adjusted. Our primary concerns relate to the laneway house construction. The laneway house is proposed to span from property line to property line, which is only 20 feet wide and would stand at 2 stories. The proposed laneway house has windows and a balcony that are going to be facing inward towards neighboring properties rather than out towards the laneway. And at the proposed height, even the revised height, since the laneway house is being built right up to neighboring property lines, the laneway house will look down and inward towards people's primary living rooms and bedrooms of my family, including my daughters. This first set of photos in our letter of objection can highlight the proximity and the sightlines of the laneway house to neighboring properties. The proposed laneway house balcony is going to be located approximately 20 feet from our house, and we'll look down on our living room and directly into our bedroom. We'll also lose the privacy of our entire backyards. Windows facing into neighboring properties, the sight lines to primary living spaces is a significant intrusion and denies a right to privacy. These combine to create a bigger issue and will cause discomfort and tension in the community. It's important to note that no one else in the neighborhood has a secondary structure similar to the size of the proposed laneway house. It is entirely inconsistent with the neighborhood character, and there are no other laneway houses within more than 1 kilometer of our property. And our neighborhood, in fact, has very few laneways. Our next concern about the proposed construction relates to lot coverage. None of the lot coverage has been allotted to parking. The proposed house and laneway suite will lead, as previously mentioned, to an additional 8 bedrooms and no consideration of parking. It's important to note that the laneway suite has also been set back 3 feet from the laneway, which could be enticing to park a car horizontally and partially block the laneway. And this will impede our ability and the ability of the homeowners at 480 Woburn to back into their laneway garage. Further, the development will exacerbate the existing density problem and limited street parking on our already congested street. The addition of 8 new bedrooms with corresponding parking solutions is unsustainable and will only further burden residents in the neighborhood. If possible, staff could show the pictures that we have highlighted in our letter of objection. Finally, we're concerned about the safety hazards and accessibility issues posed by the proposed construction of window wells on the main property's west side that will extend almost all of the way to the property line. The second set of photos in our letter of objection will demonstrate these concerns. The window wells will prevent our family from being able to safely maneuver between properties to access our backyard. The letters are further, the images of the laneways, the space, excuse me, are further down in the letter. Especially in the winter months when snow will make the narrow space difficult to pass and make the window wells slippery and impossible to see. Note that this is also going to be the owner's only side access to their home as well, meaning that they will likely need to share this narrow space and cross over onto our side. The passageway is also needed for fire route access to the proposed laneway suite, and these window wells would obstruct fire route access and anyone hoping to access the space between our homes. The development of this laneway house and window wells on the property are not desirable from a planning or public interest perspective, and the impact on privacy, use of space, parking, and overall neighborhood feel is substantial, as can be shown by the reaction of numerous neighbors who have taken the time to write letters of objection, as well as the neighbors in the immediate vicinity of this property who have voiced their concerns and are present here today. We hope that the committee will prioritize the interests and well-being of the neighborhood and support a construction that lessens the impact on the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions? All right, we have another speaker with us.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have Ariella Kaplan.
Ms. Kaplan?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, so I also object to this new building. I'm mainly concerned about the privacy intrusion for my house and for my family.
Can we just get your address for the record? Sorry to interrupt. Let's get your address.
Yes. Sure. I'm at 483 Woburn.
Okay, thank you. You can continue.
No problem. Okay, so yes, I'm also concerned about the privacy intrusion for my house and for my family because of the multiple balconies and windows in order to fit so many people into the small building. So this, it all makes me feel uncomfortable. And I'm also concerned that this new building and this new structure changes the entire character of the neighborhood. I think, as mentioned before, we don't have anything like this. And all the other houses, they just have a garage or a parking pad for their cars.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes, thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Another speaker?
Oh, should I be speaking now?
Yes, just please state your name and address for us.
Yeah. My name is Andrei Kuzmitsky. I'm at 488 Woburn Avenue.
Okay.
I have all of the same concerns, so I won't run through all of them, but I will mention we happen to be right on the corner of Woburn and Gray, and the parking issue with this density is it's already a concern, because what happens is people cannot park on Woburn. They've got second, third cars, and they line up and down Gray Road, which has no sidewalks, which makes simply walking the street a safety issue. So that is that, along with the privacy issue, would be my biggest concerns. So I just wanted to share that and support the other neighbors here who all have these very serious concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Let's move on. Next speaker.
Mr. Chair, Lisa Salucci has been unmuted.
Thank you, Ms. Salucci. Can you hear us, Ms. Salucci?
There.
Hello, good evening. Just state your name and address for
Hi.
us,
So
please.
I'm Lisa Salucci. I live at 429 Cranbrook Avenue. That's just one street north of the property on Woburn. And I'll just keep this short. I have all of the same concerns that have been brought forth with regards to privacy and parking. The scale of this laneway house is incompatible with our neighborhood, and it really threatens the established character and quality of life for the residents. So I'm just here to advocate with all the other neighbors, and just voice those same concerns.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Do you have any other speakers?
We have one more, Mr. Chair, Jennifer Israel.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Just state your name and address for us, please.
Yes, Jennifer Israel, 461 Woburn Avenue.
Okay.
So my brief comment pertains to the parking situation. And I'm on the same block. And the issue right now is it's really hard to find a parking spot, even for visitors. And I want to note that there are short curb cuts. So there's already limited spots. And there's also a limitation with one side of the road only that you can park on Woburn for half the month. And then the other half, it's also one single side. So we're already very limited on that. So I believe there's 8 bedrooms total for this proposal. So that would add an extra load that wouldn't work well with the current situation, which is hard to support.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. Any questions for Ms. Israel? No questions? Okay, so that concludes all of our speakers. I'm going to ask the agent to come back at this time, and I'd like to provide the agent an opportunity to address some of the concerns that were brought forward by the area residents.
Thank you, sir. similar theme in terms of the residents. They're speaking primarily to the laneway suite. As indicated, as a result of the fact that the variances 11 and 12 have been deleted, there really isn't a variance related to the structure itself. The only variance remaining to the laneway suite is a privacy fence where it encroaches slightly, and I mean very slightly, into the angular plane. If we did not provide that screening, which we do want to provide, no variances would be required for this laneway suite whatsoever. And it's an as-of-right structure, it's an as-of-right building, complies with all standards of the zoning bylaw. And the laneway provisions have standards in place such as height, separation distances, site setbacks from the main dwelling, which at the end of the day is to ensure that certain aspects of the laneway suite are compatible with the existing structure of the neighborhood, in addition to the fact that impacts associated with that structure is something that is anticipated or expected by the zoning bylaw and can be maintained without degrading the stability of the neighborhood. And I would submit to you that this does that. It also implements the City of Toronto policies to have intensification in a proper form via laneway suites, also through intensification of newer homes through modifications or renovations or new builds, which this proposal has. There's also been discussions with regards to parking. There's no variances related to parking whatsoever. And we understand that there are parking concerns about on-street parking in the area. However, that situation, from the sound of the neighbors that have lived in this area for a long time, is an existing condition. And I would submit to you, because of this new dwelling and the laneway suite would not contribute significantly above and beyond what the existing situation is. And the parking condition would be basically maintained as is. And my client would have to seek parking on the street wherever they can at any given time. With regards to Mr. Sheffer at 484 Woburn indicated about the side yard setback on his side. So that property, 480 Woburn, is located east of the subject site. And I would submit to you, that's the proposed side yard setback on the east side is basically maintain the existing side yard. And if you look at the site plan, it shows that. With regards to Mr. Sheffer's property and his building, it's also located approximately 0.3 meters from the side yard on the west side of his property. So if you go to the presentation materials, you can see that clearly on the second slide. So, sorry, on the fourth slide. So on the bottom, sorry, at the top. So 480 is being at the top. We're maintaining the existing side yard. Mr. Sheffer's property is approximately the same distance to the lot line. And Mr. Sheffer also indicated about the passageway to get into the rear yard. We would not be utilizing the east side yard. We'd be utilizing the 0.91 meter along the west side yard, which again is greater than the existing condition, to get access into the rear yard. With regards to the window wells, that's maintained on our property, so there's no encroachment there. And I would submit to the committee that the existing context or the immediate context of the subject site and the surrounding area are where you have existing homes and newer homes that are what I'll describe as a tightly knit character with greater frontages, lesser frontages, and all in which are compatible with each other. And this proposal is no different. It is a home that is 17 meters in length with appropriate height similar to adjacent dwellings on either side. And from a coverage perspective, once again, 17-meter building, maintaining existing side yard setback on the east, increasing the side yard setback on the west, and maintaining the building line at the front wall and the rear wall where it does not encroach beyond adjacent dwellings. Those are my submissions. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Any questions? Okay, no questions for you. So at this time, we are going to move into committee, and I just want to thank the agent and everybody that spoke for their participation today. Okay, so let's take this into committee now. Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start with some comments. I think this is a really well put together application. it's rare that we see a laneway suite that is this compliant with the regulations. And I completely understand the neighbors saying that it's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And I agree, it's not. But I think what it is, it's in keeping with the planned character of the neighborhood. Like, the city passed bylaws to permit this. And so the laneway suite, the only thing that is in question with it is a small triangular piece of opaque screening, which the applicant actually could have removed. But I think he's keeping it there for privacy. So I think what we're seeing here is this is going to be an adjustment for the neighborhood, certainly. But this is contemplated and endorsed by the city. The main house, no one seems to have issues with, and I don't either. I think it's relatively modest in terms of its neighbors, and I think the sloping roof in the front and the back, and they've gone to extents to hide the balconies away, kind of keep them in part of the roof line. I think it's a really honestly modest and admirable application.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Yeah, I might also note, it does fit well within its planned context, and I appreciate that, to help reduce the impact of the laneway suite, which I agree is very much an as of right in this case. They made it even better by reducing the building length. It doesn't extend as far as the neighbor on either side, which is actually very rare. Yeah. Usually it's at least one side, if not both, that we see an increased length and depth.
Yeah.
Maybe a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to move a motion for the reasons I stated before. A motion for approval of the application as amended, subject to urban forestry condition 3.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay. The motion carries. It's unanimous. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Item number 26, 66 Glengarry Avenue. The purpose of this application is a proposal to construct a new 2-story dwelling. Requires variances for eave projection, FSI, east side yard setback for a front porch, as well as encroachment of a platform canopy. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a memo from Urban Forestry. Do we have the agent or applicant with us?
No, he's not. No. So, yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. The applicant is not present right now, so perhaps we should move on to the next item.
Okay, very good. Let's move on to item number 27. 79 Collinson Boulevard. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new dwelling, which requires variances for north and south side exterior main wall height, a decorative projection, stair width, building length, and south side yard setback. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a staff report from community planning. Do we have the agent with us?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sia Zanjani, and I'm here, I guess, for the second time today. And I'm the agent for this application. Address is 15 Allstate Parkway, Markham, Ontario.
Okay, welcome back. You are aware, I take it, of the planning staff report in the file?
Absolutely. Yes, correct, yes.
Okay. And I take it you don't have any issue with the recommendations that are being imposed or being suggested?
No objections to any of the suggestions. We discussed this with planning staff, and we have no objections with the recommendations.
Okay, very good. I'm going to look to my colleagues and ask whether they require a full presentation. Doesn't appear so. Okay, if there's anything you'd like to add, I would like to provide you that opportunity. But seeing as that you are the only speaker to this item, if there's nothing else you'd like to add, it looks like we can move right into committee.
Just to respect committee's time, there's not much to be added. We have the letters of support, and we can proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving into committee now. just substantially in accordance with. No, we're in committee.
We're waiting
I
for a
was
motion.
wondering.
I'm sorry, I thought we were waiting on staff for something.
No.
I'm happy to bring a motion. Chair,
Okay,
if-
Mr. Reid.
Sorry, I wasn't aware.
No, it's okay.
You know, I'm actually surprised at this application. I thought that looking at the drawings, I thought that the variances would be much larger. It is a big house, and but I do think that the variances being requested are minor, and the impact of them over what's permitted is quite small. So with the community planning conditions, I'm happy to move approval.
Do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The motion carries. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we can go back to number 26. Now I think we have a agent.
Very good. Okay, item number 26, 66 Glengarry Avenue. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new two-story dwelling. We've got variances required for eave projection, FSI, east side yard setback for a front porch, as well as encroachment of a platform canopy. I have material from the applicant on file, as well as a memo from Urban Forestry. Do we have the agent with us now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. Can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Mehdi Hosseini from Second Homes, 22 Allerton Road 1.
Okay.
And I'm the agent on behalf of the owner of 66 Glengarry Avenue.
Okay. Just give me a moment. I have just a technical question, regarding the encroachment. Can you just give us a little bit of a few words with respect to that encroachment and whether or not you've had a discussion with your neighbor?
I haven't talked to the neighbor. We haven't had any discussion regarding that. And this is just the encroachment that's kind of attached to the porch encroachment. So because the porch is encroaching out into the front yard setback. And then we have the platform on top of it, which is the canopy on top encroaching as well.
Sir, I apologize. You're right. I had misunderstood when I had seen the word encroachment. I think so. It's what the word encroachment refers to. Then just from clarification, at least for myself, is a clarification of it into a required setback. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I apologize. That clears up that matter. Do we have any questions at this time, Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. Just one on that, on item 4. Just for language clarification, I think, would it be clearer to say the proposed front porch is not a permitted encroachment? Like, is that closer to the intent to the agent?
I think so. So basically, this is the encroachment of the front porch, which have the canopy attached to it. So if there's no porch, there's no canopy. So that's how it works.
I misread it myself initially.
Okay, thank you.
The wording. Do we need should we ask staff if we need to reword the? Okay. Any questions? Okay. Seeing as we have no more questions, if there's anything else you'd like to say, I provide you the opportunity, but it looks like we're ready to move this into committee.
The only thing that I would like to explain is regarding the number 2, which is the permitted maximum floor space index. It's actually not 1.04, it's 0.81, but the reason that the examiner counted as 1.04, it's because they included the basement area into the space as well. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. He needs it because the basement's included in the, yeah. Yeah, it is closer to established grade than the main level. Okay. Members, we ready to move into committee with this? All right. Okay, let's move into committee.
Mr. Chair, I would be happy to move a motion to approve this application. I think the variances are minor in nature. They're within the intent of the zoning bylaw, subject to forestry condition number 3.
Do I have a second?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? Okay, the motion passes. The application is approved with condition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well. Okay, jumping over to number 28, 101 Shelburne Avenue. The purpose of the application is to legalize and maintain the existing front yard and rear yard landscaping. Before us, we have 2 variances, one for front yard landscaping and a second variance for rear yard landscaping. On file, I have material from the applicant, and it appears we have the agent or applicant with us in person today. Exactly. Welcome.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I ask your attention to try to explain. Excuse me. Oh, okay. I ask your attention to explain when and why we decided to proceed with stone landscaping in our property. We would like to have a green field too, but in our circumstances, it's not impossible. What happened? We bought this house in 2016. It was our first home. House, big house, but it was disposed on the border of ravine. Between Shelburne Street and Coldstream, there is one wild space, one step. It's really complex relief in this side. A house was installed in top of hill. It was like one ravine. The property did not have any landscape in this time, 2016. Property did not have any landscaping neither at the front nor at the backyard. The back and front yard was on the lot were visibly not natural. It was artificially and hastily constructed. Before new house was built, almost all space of this lot was a part of one ravine. What happened? With significant slope to south and north, easy slope for west. Difference between level with South Street, Shelburne Street, and our house almost 2 meters. Other side to the north, it's 1 meter step, 1 meter slope for level of south board, south lot, near boring south lot. What we understand, to eliminate the slope, is stabilize the backyard. One storm accumulate the rainwater in the soil on the backyard. Storm management system was installed. You can see this one on the screen. It's big. It was done before we purchased the house. In short, the south slope of this ravine on the lot was excavated and filled with stone water absorption material. It was not natural, it was made it before. All of this was hastily covered by soil excavated during house construction. As a result, we received an artificial non-flat spot with two important obstacles in the backyard. Concrete reservoir covered by massive metallic grill, and one plastic tank covered by massive metallic disc. There was a complete absence of agricultural skin in the surface. Moreover, all surface around the house was unstable and the degradation after each season was visible. We attempted to put the new soil with grass multiple times during 4 years, from 2017 to 2020. But every time the new soil was washed away by heavy rain. The place is not favorable for grass skin development. It was impossible to install anything for children, such as sample trampoline. For example, we put the trampoline, children 5-10 minutes jump, trampoline go up. We cannot install pool, shed, playground because the surface was not flat, not stable, and filled with dangerous extrusion. For this reason, we limited all children's activities in the back and front yard by minimum as possible. But at this time, it was acceptable as children was busy in the sport, school programs. It was busy. In 2020, COVID started. During the pandemic, the children was confined inside of house.
Just going to ask you to wrap up shortly. Almost
Okay.
at 5 minutes.
Thank you. Immediately, a series dangerous accidents started sliding on Shelburne Street from the house entrance, collision with concrete elements. Furthermore, we just had a newborn at this time. The situation was with the area around the house began to critical and demanded a very quick solution. In this time, 2021, we attempted to contact the city on numerous occasions to clarify the regulation, but we never received a response. We decided to proceed with stonework, as leaving front and backyard without proper landscaping was very dangerous and unsafe for 5 children.
Okay, final words?
Yeah. After work was done, we received just positive comments from all our neighbors regarding the new look of the front and backyard, which they found to be beautiful and safe. And mentioned storm management system already was installed on the property and ensured that rainway water goes directly to it, prevent the city water collector being overloaded.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe we may have some questions for you, so just hold on.
I'll start with one question. You've given a lot of explanation about the backyard and
Yes.
the drainage, but I didn't hear anything about the front yard. Maybe I just missed it. Why would you pave over the whole front yard?
Front yard, it was a very complex relief. It was one top of hill near entrance. After big slope to the street Shelburne, where children slide one time during the winter directly on the street. It was very dangerous. Other side a little bit down to the west lot, Narrowborough lot. There is one trace of water, rainwater. He passed to the street. Very complex relief. It was cut at hill, and what it was after nearly down of principal level was filled by gravel. What we have there. Now all property have the same level. All concrete elements was now covered by stone. Entrance in the inside of storm management system is open for water, but you can run without problem above this. Finally, we make by returning small returning wall. Inspector see it. We have a small retaining wall in the front yard, one level. Around we planted two line of bushes. It's again the collector to water from our side by system of tube going to the bushing zone, and we have the green two green line. What can you see?
Okay, but all the other properties on the street have front lawns with driveways. They have grass. And so, and your lot isn't that, the grading isn't that different from the street. So I don't quite understand why you wouldn't be able to maintain some front yard soft landscaping.
Front yard is there, it's small, it's again. If there is one couche of gravel and HPB stone under right now under the tile. If I put out the tile, we have the couche. If I put a little bit gravel out, other part of gravel will go down too. It will be disbalanced completely. It's what I said. Relief is complex. It's not stable. It's not flat. It's just one solution. Fill all by HPB gravel and put the stone. If you have surface ground surface like this in the within cleaner zone, how I can use part of this with soft soil? Soil with was eliminated by raining. Rain will come, all will be go down.
Follow-up question? Through you, Mr. Chair. So, could you please clarify for the front yard, the landscape that we are talking about?
Yeah.
You mentioned before that it was built this way. Are you referring to the front yard as well? Or no, you had the choice to build it this way or not? I just want to clarify this too.
Front yard?
Yes.
Front yard,
it was created by you this way. Like whatever
exactly,
we are seeing,
yeah.
it was done by you.
Yeah. Front yard was built.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify. When you look at a variance in this situation, you're adjudicating it as if it wasn't there, right? So
Yes.
you're looking at the variances as if they were proposed.
So I have a question for you. I think in the backyard you were saying that you, the proposal to pave over the complete backyard is due to the grades and slipping, and you can't. The grades to me don't look that excessive. You've got a 4.5, which is actually below, is less than what is acceptable for accessibility, and a 2.1. I'm not sure what they are from the other. The point is here that if it was landscaped, you'd actually have less runoff, and you probably wouldn't need the soak-away pit at the back. because you would have a lot more infiltration and less runoff coefficient. Like you wouldn't need that area to contain water running off because your landscape area would accommodate the stormwater.
Exactly, all water from backyard, there is the entrance in the storm system. There is a reservoir covered by a grill. All water go inside. It dissolve after in the ground under in this.
You've got a. You're saying? Are you saying you've got a?
It's not me who constructed this
You've got an
storm
overland
system.
flow route, right, through your property.
It's not me who construct this one. I bought this one with house.
So you bought the house with
Yeah,
it all
this storm
at the
system,
back.
it's. I think the old owner of this house have the meeting here and must receive the permission to construct all this.
But I don't think he would have gone for any approval on this to completely pave his backyard.
Yeah, for backyard, evidently. Complete. Before it was just excavated soil. Excavated soil is not good for grass. I tried to plant it grass many times. Kilograms of seeds was put in there, but it was not for nothing. We finally one solution to make the flat surface. It was filled all this by gravel, put the HPB, put the tile.
Are you talking about in the front? You tried to put grass down?
I tried many times. During what I said, during 4 years, 2016, 2020, I put many times. Rain all go in the ravine. Ravine stay on ravine. Nothing to do.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay.
Just like terrace development of area. It was a slope, now it's just like the terrace. One chance just full by stone.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just ask you to step down there. We don't have any other questions at this time. We can head into committee. Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I sympathize with the difficulties that the applicant has encountered, but looking at these variances, I can't see how I can approve them. I don't think they're at all within the intent of not just the zoning bylaw, but also the official plan. I think this has it's runoff for the entire site, and there's zero ecological benefits. And there hasn't, the fact that it's zero too, there are, I'm not a landscape architect, but there are ways to deal with this, I think, from a more responsible way. And so I'm going to move refusal of the application.
Do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Martin. All in favor? Okay, the motion carries. The application is refused. Moving on to item number 29, 64 Cheltenham Avenue. The application is a proposal to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage. We've got variances for west side yard setback for a deck or platform, as well as east and west side yard setbacks, stair width, building length, FSI, front yard setback, and building depth. On file, I have material from the applicant, correspondence from staff, from community planning, a memorandum from urban forestry, as well as a letter of objection from 61, 65, and 67 Buckingham Avenue, and 60, 64, and 66 Cheltenham Avenue, as well as the Lawrence Park Ratepayers Association. Do we have the agent or applicant with us?
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glen Rubinoff again.
Welcome back, Mr. Rubinoff.
Thank you. I'll just remind you my address, 18 Gloucester Lane, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, and seeing as we have some speakers on this, I think we should have a brief presentation from you.
Sure, thank you. So I I just want to make some adjustments to the variances as per my discussions with city planning. So city planning, we had some initial discussions and they asked us to make some adjustments, which we did. And I want to adjust the variances to reflect those as per their memo. But there is one additional one which they did not catch on, but we want to be obviously clear on. So the east side yard setback for the home, variance 1 and 2, we've narrowed the building to comply with the 1.5. So the variances for 1 and 2 should only say the proposed deck west side yard setback at 1.22. The east is no longer a variance. So that's for variance number 1. The proposed deck with a west side yard setback. The east is now compliant. Variance number 2, the same. The proposed west side yard setback is 1.2. The east side is now compliant. No change for number 3. For number 4, proposed building length has been reduced to 19.05 meters as per staff's comments as well. I will go back onto that shortly explain it a little bit. Variance number 5, the density has been reduced to 0.621 from 0.66. Variance number 6 is unchanged, and variance number 7 has been eliminated. The building depth is compliant. If I could just go back to variance number 4 very briefly. Variance number 4 has a reduced length of 19.05, but that's taken from the average setback of both neighbors, which is in front of the building. The actual building length is 18.14 meters, and the bay window, one bay window on the second floor accounts for 0.61. So while the variance is actually 19.05, that includes the bay window and the average line. You see the dotted line at the bottom there, just in front of the building? That's the average of the 2 adjacent neighbors. So we're set back a little further than what the bylaw suggests in that way. So this was to reflect the staff report discussion, and in the staff report, planning staff have no objection to the proposal as revised, as it's consistent with the existing pattern of development in the neighborhood and maintains the intent in official plan and zoning bylaw. The other thing I wanted to point out is we also have a map of the area. I know there was we reduced our density on the map, which was circulated to you back at the beginning. Our density is within other redevelopments in the area. We're not at 62.1%. There's a few that are higher, some that are around 60%. We tried very hard with the adjustments to the width and the length, to bring it down to minimize the impacts. So those are the points I wanted to make this afternoon, and I will leave it to you if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, no questions at this time. We have another speaker. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the committee. You're very late. I'm very grateful. We're all very grateful for your time and your attention and staying behind. My name is Patrice Dutil. My wife and I have been living at 66 Cheltenham since 1997. We've always enjoyed peaceful relations with our neighbors. We support development. We like to see renewal in Lawrence Park. But I stand here today to oppose the proposal for 64 Cheltenham. Behind me are also neighbors. I want you to take note the fact that all the neighbors of this property have objected to this proposal for a number of reasons. I'm going to focus especially for the areas that concern us, namely, and I sent pictures to staff. I don't know if they can project it. Our real concern here is privacy. The proposal for 64 Cheltenham is too big, too high, too long, it's far beyond what is acceptable for the area. The plot of land on Cheltenham with Buckingham backing onto it is an area where the house projections have been fairly limited. And a lot of beautiful homes have been built on both sides, but there are yards, long yards, nice yards, which are peaceful and welcoming of wildlife and all those things, all those good things. The house being proposed is just too deep. On top of that is being proposed a covered balcony, which will further project into the backyard. And we're very concerned about the importance of this building in that it will shade our side, we're east of that house, shade our side from the evening sky, the late afternoon light in the evening, and we're very concerned about that. It's an intrusion of our privacy. The deck, the high deck, which will be covered on top of that, will be looking into our backyard, will be looking into everybody's backyard. It's unprecedented for our neighborhood. It's unprecedented for our street. It's simply too big. It's not a minor variance that is being proposed here. It's actually a very major variance, and we think that it should be adjusted so as to fit with the standards of the neighborhood. I think Mrs. Power will be speaking after me, and she'll be speaking to other aspects of our objections. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? No questions at this time. We have another speaker.
She's supposed to be online. If she's not there, I'll speak.
Right. Is anyone else speaking in person though?
No.
No? Okay.
Yes, actually, we do have a speaker. Thank you.
Just please state your name and address for us when you get a moment.
Hi, I'm Catherine Barkley. I live on the other side of the proposed build at 64 Cheltenham. Like Pat, we're not against development. We support development and change. I just don't understand on a lot this size in a neighborhood like ours where people want to live in a place that has some green space and some privacy, why there's any variances. It feels like greed to me. It feels like a waste of everyone's time that we're even discussing this because the house is already huge. So why do we have to have these impingements on our space and our privacy, and as well, ignoring the intent of these bylaws, which have evolved over time to protect our safety in terms of the side alleyway between my home and the proposed new place. It's very narrow, so there's safety concerns as well as the privacy, and I just think there's no reason for these variances. There's no reason for any of us really to be engaged in this discussion. Just let's live in community together peacefully by obeying the bylaws that are there for a good reason. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Okay. I believe we have a speaker online.
Mr. Chair, Eric Medavir has been unmuted.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for hearing us out today. My name is Eric Matevia. I live at 65 Buckingham Avenue, directly behind the subject site. I too object based on many of the concerns that Mr. Dutil has raised. In our particular case, the extension of the house into the backyard will impinge directly on our privacy. In addition, the extension of the back wall and the height of the property will affect the sunlight that hits our backyard and the green space that divides our lot to theirs. And in general, I would say, the lot coverage area is still at the reduced level, is still massively outside of bylaw. And notwithstanding that many properties in the neighborhood have also exhibited such excesses, I would offer that two wrongs don't make a right. And so the fact that other massive houses have been built in Lawrence Park does not in any way justify doing it again. Thank you very much for your consideration today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No questions. Okay. We have another speaker. All right.
Mr. Chair, we have a Dan Barclay from 60 Cheltenham as well.
Okay, let's just be mindful. It's the same address. Let's just be mindful of the time as well. We've got the same clock.
It's the same address, though.
Do we have the speaker?
Second story window. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Can you speak up? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yes. Just your name and address, please.
Okay, great. Dan Barclay, 60 Cheltenham. I won't repeat the points other than two. One, with the extended depth of the house, it's quite deep. There's a second story window at the back that will look over top of our patio. And so consideration around that. I know it's not in a variance. Second is with the narrow setbacks on the west side that doesn't incorporate the window wells that they have as well. And so it's actually quite a bit narrower than they've advertised. I would like to see them make the same adjustment they made on the east side. And then lastly, just echoing the same point, 0.62 is very large in the neighborhood. 0.66, just because it was bigger before, doesn't mean that's a good reason to bring it down. We know that there's lots that are less than 0.60, which is still excessive when you look at the surrounding houses. In event, I won't repeat what others have said.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No questions. Are there any more speakers?
Mr. Chair, Michelle Power.
Ms. Power.
Michelle is unmuted.
Okay.
We can see her. We can see her. We cannot hear you.
I think you're on mute. We could see you, but.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we can suggest that Ms. Power call in.
Yes, that would be a good idea. Ms. Power, if you can hear us, perhaps you can call in.
Mr. Chair, perhaps Ms. Power is trying to rejoin the webinar. She's no longer in right now, so perhaps she's trying to rejoin to enable her microphone.
Do we, I should ask, do we have any other speakers at this time, or is she the last? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, if she is the last and you cannot communicate with her, I would be happy to convey her points.
Ms. Power?
Hello?
Hello, you're with us.
Okay. Supposed to be on video. I'm going to video.
It's okay, we'd rather hear you than see you. Oh, we got both. Wonderful.
Okay. Patience. So I'm Michelle Power at 67 Buckingham Avenue. So I'm going to start now.
All right.
My name is Michelle Power. I've lived at 60. Hello?
We can hear you.
My name is Michelle Power. I've lived at 67 Buckingham Avenue since 1992, and my property is kitty corner to 64 Cheltenham through our backyards. My house is approximately 42% GFA coverage from a reno addition done in 1998, so clearly I'm not opposed to minor variances as long as they're reasonable and appropriate, and I approve of the changes made to the houses immediately surrounding my property. Thank you for reading the submissions I submitted on April 1st, 4th, and 9th, and for hearing my presentation today, which will consist of the highlights as follows. 1, the TF decision for 20 Buckingham Avenue is precedent to apply to this development. 2, the immediate context around 64 Cheltenham, which is relevant to consider. 3, drainage impacts of the proposed development. And 4, TPZ protections of my maples as a condition of any approval. So, despite the staff report recommendations, the TLAV decision regarding 20 Buckingham is precedent. I was guided to read it by searching 64 Buckingham using the AIC search engine as being a relevant property near 64 Cheltenham and the most up-to-date information available. The TLAV decision dated 14th, 2023 denied the request for 59.6 FSI and 17.77 meters length. After considering the range, mean, and average FSI of the broader context and immediate context of 20 Buckingham, the TLAV decided that the coverage and building length were not prevailing in the broader or immediate context of the neighborhood and did not reinforce the existing neighborhood character. If this is for 20 Buckingham, the TLAV precedent should also apply to 64 Cheltenham, regardless of the recommendation of the staff report. 2, let's look at context that is relevant to 64 Cheltenham. Stated in the TLAV decision, the official plan directs that differences exist between the immediate and broader context. The immediate context is of greater relevance. On April 4th, the owner of 64 Cheltenham submitted a chart of coverages and lengths and side yard variances granted throughout Lawrence Park. What is notable is that there's a big area around 64 Cheltenham for which the owner does not show any variance approval. As a choice of this information shown was made with mindfulness, they could have done so if it advanced their argument for 62% coverage and the length and side yard setbacks requested, but they did not. I, on the other hand, have indicated to you that in my immediate surrounding area, one of my neighbors has 50% GFA. I have 42% GFA. Another neighbor has 38% GFA, and another neighbor chose to simply renovate the inside of their existing home when they purchased the home from a previous owner whose request for a large GFA was disallowed by the COA in 2010. So clearly, the variances requested for 64 Cheltenham are not prevailing in the immediate context of 64 Cheltenham, and rather than reinforcing the prevailing character, the proposed overbuilt development would dominate and dwarf the houses in the immediate context. Number three, I now want to focus on the impacts on drainage that the huge development would have due to loss of much soft surface that would no longer exist. There's been a history of flooding issues plaguing the backyards behind 64 Cheltenham for many years, and I provided photos of this after past rains in my previous written submission. This will be made worse by the loss of so much soft. All the trees that have been removed to date on the property, as well as those which are proposed to be removed for the development, add to drainage concerns as it will take years for small trees to replace them. As well, the plans don't show hard surfaces planned like a cabana and a pool and things like that. These need to be displayed to us before any plans are approved so we can consider what impacts they have on soft surface and if indeed they need the removal of more trees. Finally, I asked for TPZ protections of my large maples with a root line projection far into the yard of 64 Cheltenham to be a condition of any COA approval. In conclusion, please note that the owners of 64 Cheltenham never reached out about this development, but my surrounding neighbors all reached out to me before doing theirs, as I did with them when I requested my 1998 reno and build. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you very much. Any questions at this time? Okay, no questions. I believe that's all of our speakers. So at this time, I'd like to turn it back to the agent. Do we have Mr.
Thank you.
Rubinoff? Mr. Rubinoff.
Yes, thanks very much. I listened to the comments very carefully. There were some points that I wanted to address. There were some concerns expressed about height. We don't have any height variances, wall or overall height. We comply with that. With regards to concerns about landscaping and drainage, we are compliant in all aspects of that as well. We don't have any variances related. The lot actually is 150 feet deep, and we have from the rear deck to the backyard about 52 feet of green space in the back there. Just to give some context of what we're talking about here. With regards to depth, as I talked earlier about, my length variance is technically 19.05 meters, but it's actually, the house itself is 18.14 meters in depth, plus a bay window that brings it up. Plus the additional allowance for the fact that the average setback is the comparable, both neighbors, is in front of our house. So the 19.05 length doesn't really factor into the fact that we're behind that line, as I mentioned earlier. The concern about deck overlook from I guess the neighborhood number 60 Cheltenham, the deck is located to the right, not to the left. So there's actually about 12 feet to the property line from the deck to the property line. So that, in addition to the setback of the neighbor, I don't believe that will be a privacy concern for them. And we are compliant on the other side. We've made that comply as well. I think I think this development is within the parameters of what has been redeveloped in this neighborhood. And I think it fits in, and I believe staff did look at this and they did comment that they felt that the changes we made were appropriate for the site and the area, and well within the context of what redevelopment looks like. And I feel that in consideration of the fact that we've only got one side yard setback and a little bit of length, it's really just down to density. And density is all the space inside the house, but we're not excessively long or having big impacts on the neighbors. I believe that it fits into the neighborhood and into the context of what's being redeveloped there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Just a point of clarification with respect to the is it length or depth?
Oh, so depth is taken from the to the it's taken it's
the length
It's a different
because
kind of
depth has been
calculation,
eliminated, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, just help me out here. Take me through the length. You mentioned that perhaps you just speak a little bit to that. I think you mentioned that if the effective depth is different from what's actually on the what's actually required of the variance.
If I could ask staff to put up the site plan, that would be the easiest thing to show you. And if we zoomed in a little bit. Yeah, if you could zoom in a bit there, on those numbers right in the middle there. Yeah. Thank you. That's helpful. And move down. If we move down a bit. So the numbers in the middle there, you see the 18.14, 18.75, and 19.05. 19.05 is taken to that dashed line where it says front yard setback. 18.75 is taken to the line in front of the house, which is the bay window. And the 18.14 is just taken to the front of the house. So the house is square across the front. So that 18.14 is the two-story portion of the house. The 18.75 is to the bay window, and the 19.05 is going to where the house is, the average of the neighboring houses is where that line is. I hope that clarifies.
Yes, very much so. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing as that there are no other questions at this time, let's move into committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my colleagues, if they have no comments, I'd like to forward a motion. Before that, I'd like to mention that I acknowledge the concerns of the neighbors, I understand. However, in terms of this application, I believe the applicant did satisfy the basically request of changes within the staff report. So because of that, I think the application variances are minor and considered appropriate development for the site and maintains the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw. So I forward a motion to approve this with the as amended. And I believe there is a variance. The applicant removed variance number 7. Also with the condition of a forestry, number 1 and 2. Yes. Yes, I mentioned it. Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a seconder. Second by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay.
No, you don't. 5 neighbors of
Those opposed? Excuse me. No, you're out of order. You're out of order. Excuse me.
You are not doing this.
Okay.
5 neighbors have spoken against this.
All right.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna have.
Please leave the chambers if you're going to yell, or security will be called.
This is offensive. I am leaving.
Thank you.
You don't get to say another word. You can keep walking out the door. You can keep. Great.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, okay. So let's take that back. All in favor? Opposed? We have one opposed. Ms. Casson, the motion carries. The application is approved.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the last application of the day. Number
Good evening.
261 Dawlish Avenue. We have an application to construct a new two-story dwelling. We've got a couple variances before us for building length, building depth, driveway width, front yard soft landscaping, I should say, as well as two variances for side yard landscaping, west side exterior main wall height, and platform area at or above a second story. On file, I have material from the applicant, and do we have the agent with us?
You do. It's Jim Pfeffer here from 95 St. Clair Avenue West.
Mr. Pfeffer, welcome.
Thank you. So do you want me to make a brief presentation?
Perhaps, just give us a moment. I see that there are no other speakers for this item, so I am going to ask whether or not my colleagues require a presentation, or I'll give them a moment.
Yeah, and I'll note there was a staff report that recommended some changes that we already agreed to. So we're happy to go ahead with those or changes recommended by the staff report, also found in our letter.
Okay. We have a transportation report. Thank you. Thank you. Just pull up that. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Could the applicant comment on the transportation services report? I assume you've seen it?
Yeah, so I'm happy to. So transportation services is asking for a deferral for us to resubmit a site plan confirming a few things. And we have, in fact, submitted a site plan to the committee confirming all of those things that they asked for. The transportation services report came on the last day for submission, so our responding site plan is a late item. But just to go through the staff report items in order, illustrate a 15-meter setback from the intersection. Yes, there is a 15-meter setback from the intersection. We've the dimensions of the garage and the parking spaces within the garage. Well, there's the 4-car garage. It's in the house. There's a 3-wide door. You can see that on the elevations. It wasn't shown in the site plan or on the plans of the building, but that's what it is. And now that outline of those compliant spaces is shown in the plan the committee has. There are no encumbrances we're anywhere close to. And in my material, you can see that in just a shot of the side yard. The existing driveway is in fact not compliant because in a situation like this, the access is supposed to be from the side yard, not the narrow front. So we're changing from a non-compliant driveway to compliant driveway. In the transportation services memo, curiously, D, E, and F all concern the curb cut in a neighborhood with no curbs. So that's kind of an odd one, and moving that non-compliant driveway. And then G is basically, they want an annotation on the site plan saying that we're going to get all the permits we need to get, and that kind of goes without saying. So there's really not there's nothing here, and I don't think this really warrants a deferral.
Okay, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. To that point, would you be fine if we just included these as conditions of approval that you could presumably clear relatively easily with transportation?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
If you please do.
Thank you.
I have one question for you. I just did that popped up with respect to the application. I see that you're applying for there's a variance here with respect to the width of the driveway to accommodate a 3-car garage. I have a little bit of concern just looking at the immediate context to see whether or not the area could, appropriately support a vehicular entrance of that width in this area. But I just want to provide you an opportunity just perhaps to speak to that.
Yeah, I guess we are kind of skipping the presentation, but if you bring up my presentation booklet, we can start, on page 7. Really, there's a lot of this in the neighborhood. So if you take a look at page 7, so there actually you just scrolled over our that side elevation, where you can see that driveway is kind of, it's or the garage door is not a particularly present element. But if you go to those photos, yeah, there we go. So this is the context of the neighborhood. There's, all of these things very much in the neighborhood. On the bottom right there's 262 Dawlish with, a 2-car garage, but really a lot of driveway. Just on the left, that really massive downsloping driveway on Blythewood. You can see 6 Lewis there with that circular driveway. And on the next page as well, Middenhall, Glen Allen, there's 2 Fidelia, which you can see has a lot of walkway, which probably doesn't count as driveway, but might serve as driveway and might serve also as parking for cars. So what we're doing, the boulevard is actually, and if you just go to the 2 pages down, so if you keep going, you'll see some more driveways and some more houses in keeping with what we've got. But on the very last page, you'll see on the bottom right, there is that boulevard. And you can see, there's mature trees there that are all protected. There's a lot of green space. Among the changes we made with planning, we've eliminated any landscaping variances in the front yard, the landscaping variance for the side yard, and we're just got a very small, soft landscaping variance in the side yard. And all of the side yard that we're getting that variance for is beyond that really densely planted boulevard that you see. And those trees, those are protected. You can see there's a ridge there that we kind of have to get through to get to our garage, but there isn't going to be any opportunity to make it wider like other people have to have other parking, and there's not enough depth to have that either. So it's really, it's very much in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Staff wasn't objecting, and we really think that it's not going to be harmful. And if you take a look at the second page of this booklet, you'll see the site plan. And you'll see we actually have a lot of green, including a lot of green at the side of the house and the boulevard and the side of the house and the front and the back. So there's a lot of green, a lot of soft landscaping here.
Thank you. Okay, yes, that answers my question. Thank you. Any other questions? No, I'll check with the applicant. There's no modifications, just to confirm, there's no modifications being made?
Oh yeah, so staff recommended some modifications. Actually, staff we made some recommendations for modifications to staff, and staff accepted them.
Okay,
So,
I apologize. I completely slipped over that. Let's pull up the notice and let's go through it, if you don't mind. And let's make sure that everybody's up to date on the variances that are being requested.
Oh yeah, so this is the staff report. So 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 staff report. Oh, or the hearing notice. Yeah, hearing notice. Perfect. So variance 3 for the driveway width. We were asking for 9.27 meters, and we are reducing that to 8.46 meters. So variance 3 for driveway width gets reduced to 8.46 meters.
Very good.
Variance 4 for front yard landscaping is eliminated. We do not need that variance. It was there in error. Variance 5 for side yard landscaping, that variance is eliminated as well. And then variance 6, which is for side yard soft landscaping. We were asking for 22% basically, and we're going to provide 58.73%. So 58.73, just a little shy of 60. And if you want to see the site plan on page 2 of my presentation material, you can see where that's coming from. But you know, there's a generous green boulevard that's absolutely not going to affect the infiltration abilities of this property, and it's not going to be negatively impacting either the street or the neighbors.
Great. Okay. Any other questions? And we got all the amended variances. Thank you for catching that. I think if there's no other questions at this time, we can move into committee. Yes.
Chair, I'm happy to bring a motion.
Mr. Reid, take us home.
I think that with these changes made, between the applicant and community planning, I think this is a supportable application. I was quite concerned about the driveway width, reading the variances, but the fact that it's so short, I think, on the side lot and not going through the length, I think that does a lot to minimize its visual and ecological impact. So I think that's fine. I'm going to move approval subject to urban forestry and also just adding in the transportation services comments as conditions of approval. I think those will be easily cleared.
Okay, and just to confirm, this is amended, a motion for amended approval.
Pardon me, as amended, and also with the community planning condition of being substantially in accordance with the site plan.
All right.
Can I just ask one question here? This future sports court, by approving this, we're not approving the sports court, right?
Mr. Chair, you're approving the variances before you only. Any markings on the plans, you're not necessarily approving. You're approving the text of the variance unless you attach it to a particular plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're still in the middle of a motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Caston. All in favor? It is unanimous. The motion carries. The application, as amended, is approved with condition.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
And thanks for staying.
That concludes our hearing today. I want to thank everybody for their time and effort. Do I have a motion to conclude the hearing, to adjourn? Mr. Reid, take us home.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? Okay, second, Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.